Good evening. It's Friday, February 9th, 2024, 11 p.m. We're here to play the second case in the third box of Suspects. This one subtitled Adele and Neville Investigative Reporters. We played the first case in this box 2 days ago, and maybe my favorite case of the 3 boxes so far. It just felt like it was paced well, the clues were well designed, and we had a good debate about theories by the time we got to the end. So far this box is my favorite, but we'll see how it goes. I'm not going to get into our whole history with this game again, because I spent quite a bit of time doing that on Wednesday. You might want to start there if you haven't watched that. But this is a standalone experience. You don't have to have watched the first session. Anything we need to catch up on? YouTube says 9 concurrent viewers, so we have a small group tonight. The name of this case is Welcome to Mysteria Lane. If you'll remember from our session on Wednesday, the 3 cases are scaled in increasing difficulty. Does it say it here? Where does it say the difficulty? Not on the back. Not on the front, but it does say here. Okay. So we played the first chapter, which was easy. This one's going to be moderate. I guess you could say we thought it was fairly easy. And then we've got a moderate and a hard one. I will note that my memory of the previous boxes is that they were all... You know what? I may be confusing it with the Sherlock Files, where there was a strict 60 card limit. It is odd that there are so few cards in this case compared to the first one. Almost 10 fewer cards, because the scale when you have to guess doesn't change, so that's a little odd. And the other thing I wanted to point out is when we played it yesterday, I kept saying, oh, they all have clover cards. I wonder what a clover card is. It actually says cover card. They're just talking about this card on the front That's not a real clue. I don't know why they felt the need to list that in the contents. That just seems a little bit silly. And this one is set in 64. Okay, so anything we need to talk about before we get started here today? I don't have too much to say. In 2 days, on February 11th, is the deadline to turn in High and Low, the game I've been working on for 8 months, to the local game design competition. It's ready to go. That's why I've got time to do a live stream tonight. After that, after the 11th, I'll probably have a little more time to play through some of this backlog of games we have on the channel. Maybe we'll try to do some longer ones. There's still a lot of work left to be done on High and Low and case writing. I have finished my case. Debbie Levy has been helping to edit it and find some of the typos, but it will be ready for playtesting very soon for anyone who's ready to do some early playtesting of it. And Rocky has been working on improving his case for a version 2. Gen Con badges go on sale on Sunday for those of you who go to Gen Con in Indianapolis. If you're considering going, let me know. I'm happy. There's at least one person in the channel who's thinking of going this year. Let me know. I'll bring some extra co-op for 2 espresso mugs to give. If there are people who watch the channel who go to Gen Con, I'd be happy to bring you one. Anything else? Valentine's Day is coming up soon. Has anyone got any plans for Valentine's Day? Now, one of the things I did for my wife soon after we met is I made something for her, a game. I made a version of Codenames Duet that could be played on paper and could be played remotely. And that remains one of my favorite games of all times, Codenames Duet, and I'm particularly happy with how the play on paper version turned out. It's actually a better way to play it, I think. You could download that from Board Game Geek in the files section of Codenames Duet. I'll probably play a little bit of that with my wife on Valentine's Day. If you haven't checked it out, you might want to take a look at it. If you like word games, if you're a couple that likes code names and those kinds of word games, Codenames Duet is something quite special. Anything else in the chat to catch up on? Anyone doing anything interesting? Any interesting plans? Valentine's Day or otherwise? If you listen in the background, can you hear the little bit of scratching? I've got my cat some new toys, what they call slow feeding toys. They're basically toys where you can put snacks and the cat has to manipulate it to get at the snacks. And those have turned out to be a big hit for my cat. You might think that those would be good for cats that are like insane about their snacks and would otherwise eat too many because this slows them down. My cat doesn't really care so much about snacks if you just feed him to her. She feels like I think she must enjoy it better if she has to work for it. So this is a slightly different angle to that issue, but she seems to like it. Maybe that's a lesson for all of us, that the snacks taste better if you have to work for them. All right, well, if there's nothing anyone else has to say, we'll just get started here. 11 concurrent viewers, 3 likes. If you do like the content on this channel, I do hope you'll give it a thumbs up and subscribe. Okay. Welcome to Mysterio Lane, 1964, authored by Fabian Clavel. I don't know if Fabian has authored other cases in the previous suspects boxes. All right, let's get our material here. So we've got some documents. Document A. We've got our introduction, our document A, and that's it. The rest of the documents are for other cases, and then we need our cards. We don't need any of that anymore. Okay, so solution envelope we put aside. We don't need that yet. There's our cards. Here's our introduction. The art in this box of suspects is pretty high quality. All of the art in all the suspects box is good. It's all sort of cartoonish, but high quality. So what have we got here? It looks like a diary, photo, blueberries, blueberry muffins, and cigarettes. Some water I see here on the tablecloth, and a little index card. Okay, let us read our introduction. Friday, June 12, 1964, suburb of New York City, USA. A report on the lives of housewives in the New York suburbs, groans Neville. Seriously? I didn't go into journalism for this. It's not a very exotic destination, it's true, Adele admits, but at the very least, it's a chance to shine a positive light on these women who are all too often in their husbands' shadows. Well, when you put it like that, you're probably right. Okay. I have an appointment with Maddie Clark at 4354 Mysteria Lane. Let's go. Mysteria Lane is everything you would expect of an upscale American suburb. Next to a golf course, the houses are large and encircled by perfectly kept hedges. All the houses look exactly the same. We'll never find our way around, laughs Neville. 4354 Mysteria Lane is at the end of the street, on the cul-de-sac, says Adele, ignoring her husband's sarcasm. Pull over here. They only make it a few steps up the driveway when the front door opens and Maddie Clark greets Adele and Neville with a smile. Welcome to Mysteria Lane. I made you some blueberry muffins. I hope you like muffins. Aware that there is only one possible way to reply, Neville stammers out an awkward, yes, of course we do. Maddie Clark invites Adele and Neville in while speaking to a woman who appears to be the housekeeper. Minnie, could you please look after the upstairs bedrooms while I chat with my guests? Then, turning to Adele and Neville, that way we won't be disturbed. You know, it's like a little village here. We live at the end of Mysteria Lane, so everyone knows everyone else. We help each other out, and everyone is kind to each other. The neighborhood was built just 5 years ago. The Fosters were the first to move here, at least a year before everyone else. I must say, Marcus Foster is quite the handyman. His wife, Jacqueline, says he practically built his house with his own 2 hands, and I believe her. Anthony and I moved here at just about the same time as Allison and Donald Campbell, a charming couple. Donald is away on business, but I suggest you meet Allison. She'll certainly have many useful stories for your article. While Maddie Clark goes to take the muffins out of the oven, Neville whispers to Adele, "Does she ever stop talking?" As she sets the muffins down on the table, Maddie continues. Carol and Edwin Wayland built their house shortly after ours, but poor Carol died 2 years ago. Maddie bows her head and makes the sign of the cross. The most recent arrival is Joanna Garfield, but here I am going on, and I haven't even offered you a seat. Come, let's go outside. We'll be more comfortable there. Leaving Adele and Neville no choice, Maddie opens the curtains and the large sliding glass door leading out to a beautiful yard featuring a kidney-shaped pool. Suddenly, Maddie Clark's stream of words gives way to a scream of fright. Realizing the source of her fright, Neville dives into the pool to rescue the man whose body is floating on the surface. But it's too late. The man's already dead when Neville hauls the body out of the water. "Oh my God! That's Donald Campbell," cries Maddie. "That's not possible. He's been at a conference in Baltimore with Anthony all week." After a stunned moment, Maddie recovers her senses. I'll go find Jacqueline. She's Allison's best friend. I'd rather she hear the news from us than from the police." Then she turns to Neville. "As for you, I'll get you some dry clothes, but if you don't mind, could you please stay outside? I wouldn't want you to drip all over the carpet." Study the table below. Your aim is to untangle the mystery in this case. You need to find out the following. 1. What was Donald Campbell doing on Mysteria Lane? 2. Where and how did he die? 3. Who killed Donald Campbell? And 4. Where was he on Thursday, June 11th, 1964? Yesterday. Now take document A and card 1. Okay, so we're familiar with the system. We get 3 chances to guess what happened. We can change our mind the further we get. When we get to the end, we will have seen every card. And we've got an Agatha Christie-like setup. We're in this small little neighborhood. We're introduced to all of the people, and one of them is dead. So we may want to, well, let's take a look at our documents before we start making our notes. Maybe we'll get a list of suspects at that point. Petiel said, did we know that Adele and Neville were married? We did. No, we did. We were told that. I forget. Here, look. From the introduction book. Who are Adele and Neville? Adele and Neville are a married couple from New York City. So we did actually know that. All right, let's take a look at our document A. What is it? It's another plan of the neighborhood. Okay, so we do get a look at all of our suspects. So where's our cubes? Allison and Donald Campbell. And Donald is the one that's dead. He's supposed to be away at a conference. Okay. Then we've got Joanna Garfield. Edwin Wayland. Minnie's cleaning services. Minnie is the housekeeper that's working for the woman we're talking to, who's down here, Maddie Clark. She's got a son, Anthony Clark Jr., and a husband. And then we've also got Jacqueline Foster and Marcus Foster. And if we look at our map here, what have we got? We've got where the Campbells live. This is this isn't a floor plan. This is a plan of this little cul-de-sac of the suburb. So here's the Campbell's house. Here's Joanna Garfield's house. Here's Eric Whalen's house. The Foster's house. And the Maddie Clark's house, where the body was fished out of the pool. We've also got the golf course in the north, the Clark's yard, a separate entry from visiting the Clarks, and we've got a forest bordering us on the south. And we're told a little bit about each of these people. Maybe we want to write this down in our notes. Let's try it differently this time. Let's try keeping our notes on our different people just for fun. So I'm going to make a card for each family. So we've got Allison Campbell and Donald Campbell. These are deceased. Okay. Then we've got Joanna Garfield. Edwin Wayland. Then we've got Jacqueline Foster and Marcus Foster. Then we've got the Clark family. We've got Maddie. We've got Anthony. And we've got Anthony Jr., the little boy. Okay, and then we also have Minnie. So these are our suspects and our victim. Okay, now let us just fill in some information as we have it here. Okay. So built 5 years ago, Fosters were the first to move in. So let's just write down, they're the first in the neighborhood. Five years ago. A year before everyone else. Okay. Marcus is a handyman. I don't know if we need to take all these notes, but I thought we'd try it a little differently this time and try to keep these notes. Okay. Anthony and I moved here just about the same time as Allison and Donald. Donald is supposed to be away on business. She seems like she knows Donald's whereabouts a little too well to me. I have a little bit of suspicion she's having an affair with Donald. I'm just going to put away on business. She tells us later, convention. Where does she say that? He's at a conference in Baltimore with Anthony. That's where she thinks he's supposed to be. Conference, Baltimore, with Anthony, who is her husband. All right. Charming couple. He's away on business. You should meet Allison. She has stories. Carol and Edwin Wayland. So his widow of dead wife, Carol. I know it's hard to read my handwriting. Okay, so he had a wife. She died 2 years ago. 2 years dead. Doesn't say how. The most recent arrival is Joanna Garfield. She's the most recent arrival. And that's it. Oh, Jacqueline is Allison's best friend. Allison's best friend. And that means Allison is Jacqueline's best friend. Okay, have I missed anything? As a little bit of a clue, it is a little odd that she's worried about water being tracked inside when this guy is found up dead in her pool. Her curtains are closed, so she wouldn't have noticed if he fell in the pool early or whatever. Okay, let's see if there's anything else in the chat. The intro mentioned a Carolyn Wayland. I don't know why she's not on the map. Maybe out of town. No, right. And then Jonathan corrected himself. She is deceased. Okay, so we have our nice notes of our suspects. I thought that might be fun for us to do this time. And then we're taking the cover card, and it never has anything useful in it, but it's in the table of contents for some reason. And we're taking card 1, which is the card for Maddie, who looks like she does some working out, even in the 60s. Maddie Clark. Okay. Returning from Allison Campbell's house, Maddie Clark tries to keep a smile on her face. Okay, so she says here, I better go find Jacqueline. She's Allison's best friend. She wants to tell... Remember, Allison is the wife of the guy who died. And is Allison out of town? Why is she going to tell her best friend instead of telling Allison directly? You should meet Allison. She says, I'll go find Jacqueline. She's Allison's best friend. I'd rather she hear the news from us. Why isn't she talking to Allison directly, the wife? It's because they're on bad terms because she's having the affair? That's my suspicion. Let's see what she says. But she actually did this time go to Allison's house instead of Jacqueline. Neville, I see Anthony's suit looks wonderful on you. You're much more elegant dressed like that. However, your tie isn't tied right. Let me fix it. There, that's better. Allison is devastated, as is to be expected, but she's got Jacqueline there for support. She just called the police. I can't wait for them to get Donald's body off my lawn. You should know my husband and Donald work together at Naylor Commercials, an advertising agency. They flew to a convention together early on Monday morning. They weren't supposed to come home together until tomorrow, Saturday. You're journalists, so that means you're used to investigating, right, Adele and Neville? I would be so grateful if you could solve this case before the police question the entire neighborhood. That way you can put right in your article the fact that no Mysteria Lane residents were involved in this horrible affair. She has got a Freudian slip about affair, and she wants them to solve it before the police start poking around and discover their secrets. There's definitely secrets going on in this neighborhood, and I suspect she's having an affair. Okay, so we're told a little bit more detail, though, that they work together at Naylor Advertising. They went off together, and they're supposed to come back together. And it's Friday, June 12th is the current day. Okay. All right, so she's got a match if we find something to ask her about. If we find 3 police symbols, including this one, we get a card. And we can ask her, who better than you could tell us about the neighborhood? Or do you think anyone could have had a grudge against Donald Campbell? And our case is afoot. So we could draw either of these 2 cards, or we could draw any of the cards here. Maybe we'll come into a better default view here. Okay, so we know Allison is home. She just called the police. And we know Jacqueline is with her. We could look around the yard for clues. No real reason to go to the golf course at this time. So it seems like thematically, our best bet would be to talk more to Maddie Clark before we leave her, or check out the scene of the crime, the yard. Let's just take a little deeper look at what Minnie's cleaning service says here. She would be a good person to talk to here. Minnie Spencer will use all of her knowledge and experience to keep your home spick and span so you can enjoy the finer things in life. Well, I mean, the cleaning person would have good opportunity to know whether people are having an affairs or what's going on. So good source of gossip would be the maid. All right, where does the channel want to go? First, remember the whole strategy to the extent that there is some in this game, and there is figuring out how to get the most efficient use out of our first 25 cards. That's the game we're playing here, in order to answer these questions. Why was he home instead of at his conference? Where and how did he die? Who killed him? And where was he the day before? Now, when does she say he flew to the convention? They flew together to a convention on Monday morning. So they were supposed to be gone for the whole week, basically, from Monday to Saturday. And the game wants to know, where was he Thursday? That's an interesting question. She seems confident that they actually did depart on Monday, and he did leave. I don't know why it's so specifically asking us where he was yesterday, though. Okay, let's see what the channel wants to do. John says, examine the body. Okay, let's do it. Let's go look at the body. There's no specific number for the body, but I guess the yard is where we would go to look at the body. So I'm going to keep track here with my cards. So we've got the first card already. So we're going to do the second card now, which is going to be card 8, the body. Or the yard. Let's see if we get to look at the body. Sure seems like we are looking at the body. All right, let's take a good look at this. Okay, well, this is suspicious already. Why is he dressed in basically all black with gloves? Is he trying to break in and fell off? Or maybe someone killed him and dumped him in the pool, but he's got a stain on his pants. He sure looks like he's dressed to break in, doesn't he? This would be a really nice place if it weren't for the dead body in the middle of the lawn. All right, so we can search the entire yard, we can examine his body, or we can search his pockets. I mean, it seems like 11 and 12 are sort of no-brainers, right? All right, well, let's examine his body first. So I'm going to put another card over and get number 12. We're going to look at his body. Any other clues you see in these pictures? There doesn't seem to be much of that in this game. Unlike some games like Unlock, where you see little clues in the photos. I don't see much here that could be of use to us. I mean, there's water in the pool. Doesn't look like there's blood, like he fell and hit his head, but I do see blood here, except for the way he's dressed. Okay. Examine Donald Campbell's body. Right after I pulled him out of the water earlier, I tried to give him mouth to mouth, but it was too late. However, compressing his rib cage didn't force a single drop of water from his lungs. Did you make that mark on his neck? It looks like he was strangled. I was trying to save the man's life, Adele, not to finish him off. But you're right. Those are some strange marks on his neck. And his clothes are brand new. His shoes are barely worn, and his turtleneck sweater still has the tag from the store where he bought it attached to it. Gerald's Store, Baltimore. Gerald's Store, Baltimore, Virginia. That's a weird way of saying it. Baltimore, Maryland is the city and state, so I don't know why it's saying Baltimore, Virginia. Not to mention he's dressed in black from head to toe and he's wearing gloves. Oh, you think he's badly dressed too? He usually wears nicer clothes. All right, so this looks like a ligature mark of some sort wrapped around his neck, but not a smooth cord. More like a chain or something with that would cause those marks. Very interesting. Not a drop of water came out. That would suggest what? That he didn't drown. There's no water in his lungs, so he was dead by the time he hit the water. Strangled. Clearly murdered, because this item is not on the not here anymore. Someone walked away with it. And he's wearing brand new clothes with the tag on it. Okay. All right, that's 3 cards down. We're going to put this card in the pile of cards that are fully resolved. No more places to go with them. These cards do have places to go. All right. Shall we search his pockets? They're brand new clothes, so I'm not sure we're going to see anything, but seems like we got to search his pockets, right? All right, so I'm going to draw another card and search his pockets. Because he could have directions, instructions, receipt, etc. You want to go through his pockets, Adele? Couldn't we just this once let the dead rest in peace? The cigarettes are soaking wet, but you can still make out the brand. And what's that? Looks like a mask. Right? He was going to wear a mask over his face. Cigarettes, we can still see our New York brand, whatever that means. I mean, not whatever that means. New York brand, it's not a real brand, but no marks. We can't line anything up. Well, half full box of cigarettes. Looks like there might be something put in there, but we can't access it, so maybe not. Maybe just wrapper. Why is the brand important? Don't know. Jonathan says, I think we should fit. Jonathan, you want to search the entire yard, huh? Okay, let's do it. So I'm going to move another thing. Scene of the crime investigated thoroughly. I think that makes some sense. The Quark's yards. Adele, what a yard. Do you see how everything is aligned here? And that hedge, it's perfectly trimmed. Not a leaf out of place. And these rose bushes, they're beautiful. And my goodness, is that a Japanese cherry tree over there? Can we save your botanical swooning for another time? Why don't you take a look at this flower bed over by the Foster's yard? It looks like someone trampled it. Someone's obviously climbed over the fence this way, coming from the Foster's house. And we've got a line that we can line up with someone. Okay, so let's situate this with our neighborhood map so we make sure we understand what's happening. So here's the Campbells. And where is the Foster's house? Here. So it's saying it's like this. Someone came from the Fosters over the flower bed. Somewhere here. This direction. Probably it's this guy. I would think. Breaking and entering, and that's how he got here. It is interesting that she knows the directions, but we don't have footprints to match up. It's just been trampled. Not sure exactly how she knows they went this way or this way, but no footprints to check. We'll have to take her word from it that they came from the Fosters. Okay. In the chat, Perry says, tag on clothes implies someone dressed him after death, perhaps? Yes, I think you have a good point there. And Tina says, that's what I thought. Maybe those are not his clothes. DJ Moneycut says, I think he came home to kill someone or steal something with the trip as an alibi. Bought the clothes as a disguise when he was out of town. Jonathan says, I read it as maybe he bought the clothes quickly while out of town. Yeah, so one option is someone dressed him. The other option is he put these clothes in his bag, just changed into him in order to break in and didn't even notice the tag. I think those are valid options. All right, we're 20% through our allotment of 25 cards. Where would you like to go next? How are we going to find out the answer to these questions? If we think he's breaking and entering or to murder someone, we could talk to his wife. She might know the last time she heard from him. We could go to try to investigate the house where he crossed over from. That seems like a very good option for us to follow this trail backwards through the Fosters. And then also the maid. Jonathan says, I'm tempted to follow the footprints. All right, let's do it. Let's back up the footprints through to the Foster's house and see if we can't follow this trail for where he came from. So we're going to go to the Fosters. We could talk to Jacqueline or Marcus. What do we know about Marcus? We know Jacqueline is Allison, the wife's best friend. Marcus is the handyman. If Jacqueline is over at Allison's house and we want to check out this house, it seems like Marcus is the person we want to talk to. He's going to be at home where we could look around maybe. So that's going to be card 10. Marcus Foster. Okay. He's a gun store manager. Something about his gaze is unsettling. I'll tell you point blank, I'm not a fan of journalists. You're all about connections and who you know. Even if I didn't like Donald very much, we've got to catch the bastard who did this to him. I'll bet it's probably some commie sympathizer. You'll see. This business just proves my point that we need more watch patrols in the neighborhood. Regarding Allison and Donald Campbell, I might as well tell you straight out I didn't like him much. He's the kind of guy who would laugh at me to my face. Almost come to blows with him more than once. She's more the reserved type. She spends her days jabbering on about women's stuff with Jacqueline. Regarding Maddie and Anthony Clark, Tony's not a bad guy, but he shouldn't let Maddie talk to him like that. Joanna Garfield's a tease. Edwin Whalen, well, he fought against the Reds in Korea. For that alone, he's got my respect. Regarding Jacqueline Foster, what? You want me to talk to you about my wife? Why don't you mind your own business? We could ask him, do you organize patrols with the police? Did you notice anything last night? And he's got a card that would let us talk to him about something differently than hers. If we can figure out where to get these police symbols, we probably should. So that might be a way to get another police symbol. Right? Because he's talking about the police. So I'd be inclined to do this to check the police symbol, but maybe we should save that till we find another one. Like there's no point in us wasting a card to try to get 3 police symbols until we think we can get all 3. So I think we should wait on this. But he did not tell us anything about the backyard. Here is some gossip that the wife talks down to the husband. This makes me think even more she's having an affair with him. Perry says if he didn't die in the pool and was killed in advance, then he could have been carried in. In that case, why would he be breaking in if already dead? If he was killed on sight, where's the weapon? That's a good point. He definitely didn't fall and accidentally died. Someone dropped him here. Okay, so we've gone to the Foster's house. Weren't able to find the trail as I hoped. I think it's time to talk to the maid. She might have general information of value. 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boy, it's hard to keep track of these. 6 cards we've seen. Now we're going to go 7 cards and talk to the maid. Remember, my strategy for doing these things on YouTube is it takes too long for me to just ask and wait for a reply. So if you've got someplace you really want to go, you just shout it out in the channel. And when I check the channel, I'll see it and I'll try to do it. Okay, Minnie Spencer. Let's see what she has to say. 27 years old housekeeper. Can you believe it? Poor Mr. Campbell. Who could have done such a terrible thing? And in that Clark's pool, no less. Just you wait. Mrs. Clark's gonna empty it, and then I'll have to scrub it. But I don't have much time to talk to you. I've got to finish cleaning Mrs. Clark's house before I go over to Miss Garfield's. Okay, that's the single woman. So she does make her way around the neighborhood. That's what we were hoping. So let's get some good objective gossip about everyone else. As far as Allison and Donald Campbell, well, he was always at work. I think she was a little bored all by herself. Maddie and Anthony Clark. Miss Clark runs a tight ship. Poor Mr. Clark. As far as Jacqueline and Marcus Foster, she's very kind, but he doesn't like to see me in the house. He thinks that having me is a luxury, and now, since he's forbidden me from touching his bunker, I only take care of the house. A bunker, huh? As for Joanna Garfield, she's got a man in her life, I'm sure of it, but that's just between us, of course. As far as Edwin Whalen goes, I'm glad he was able to get over his wife's death. He seems to have cheered up quite a bit in the past few months. They're all having affairs. Wait, did you say Marcus Foster has a bunker? Do you clean all of the houses on Mysterio Lane? All right, so we could find out about Marcus Foster's bunker. That's interesting. Or we could continue making a sweep of the neighborhood. Let me point out something. If the intruder came over this way, either that's our dead guy and he's dead and he was dropped off, but if there's no sign they came back out, does that mean this is the way they're most likely to have exited? Or could they, I guess they could have exited this way. I just wonder if it's more reason we should go check the forest. All right, let's see. Where, maybe the bunker will get us to the yard. Okay, let's ask about the bunker. Surely we're going to want to know about that bunker sooner or later. Wait, did you say Marcus Foster has a bunker? Card 36. I'm a little worried we're focusing too much on Foster, but okay, let's ask about that bunker. Yeah, he has a bunker. He's very proud of it, you know. He built it all by himself. It's where the pool used to be, but he doesn't want me to clean it. He spends every Friday afternoon cleaning it, even though he never spends any time in it, except on Fridays to clean it. Do you see the irony? Anyway, there's no way I can get into the bunker. Only he and Mrs. Foster know where the key is. To ask a question about the bunker, place this card next to the suspect to be questioned. If the bubbles line up, you may draw the corresponding card. So we have knowledge of the bunker. That's what it's telling us this is. So if we bring up Marcus Foster, we could ask him about his bunker. Or if we talk to Mrs. Foster, we could ask her about the bunker. Who's most likely to tell us? I mean, they both have the keys. Are we likely to get the key from her? He doesn't spend time in it except on Fridays, which is what today is. Chat says, he doesn't spend time in it besides Friday. It might be where the victim was hiding while he was supposed to be in Baltimore. That's a very good point. That's a very good hypothesis. All right, so let's chase down this bunker lead and see if we can get into it. So we're going to ask Marcus Foster about the bunker. by drawing 35. I have my doubts he's going to let us into it, but let's see. Maybe he will. You heard about my bunker? A lot of people in the neighborhood think it's a joke, especially Donald, who was always teasing me about it. But believe me, when Comrade Khrushchev decides to send one of his nuclear bombs to visit the state of New York, they'll regret they didn't have the same foresight I did. If you want, I can take you there. Stay here, I'll be right back. I'll go get the key from the yard. Don't look so surprised. You don't think I'd just leave the key to my bunker lying around. It's hidden in the yard, but only Jacqueline and I know the location. That's a bit of a clue. So if Donald was hiding out in there, he must have found out about it through Jacqueline. You may draw card 28 to visit the bunker, under Marcus Foster's watchful eye, of course. All right, surely we're going to do that. So that's our card 10. We're going into the bunker. That feels like a significant development in the case. Well, let's get a good look at it. Oh boy. There's some dirt. He cleans it on Fridays. He hasn't gotten to it yet, I assume. But he never uses it. So what is that dirt doing there? Very fishy. And it looks like you could hang out and live in here. It's got a TV or a microwave. It's got a refrigerator. It's got lots of food, reading material. So, yeah, I think we've got some real... I think Jonathan's theory of this being the hideout for Donald looks pretty sound. All right, here we go. Jacqueline decorated the place. I look after the technical side of things. I do a complete inventory every Friday. So we could look at the inventory status or examine the dirt on the floor. I mean, surely we're going to look at the dirt. This just feels like we're going to find out that someone has been down here eating, but maybe it would tell us how long they've been down here. All right, let's do, so we've done 10. Keep track of. We've done 10 cards. Now I'm going to reset this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. Okay. So let's bring these 3 things. All right. So surely we're going to look at the dirt on the floor. Yeah. So let's go here and do dirt on the floor. There are some traces of dirt on the floor. What? That's impossible. I cleaned the bunker last Friday and haven't been in there since... Maybe it was Jacqueline? So we've got a line and a number. So I guess we could ask Jacqueline if she was in there. We have our theory, though. Let's see who we can line up with this, though. Not that. Where was our other line? So we can't line it up with this dirt. That's interesting. And I'm not sure we have anyone that will line up. I don't think we have anyone that lines up with that card to ask about. It's also a little odd because we think the trail went from the Foster house to the Maddie Clark house. So why is there dirt in the Foster bunker? All right. Where next? You guys want to do the inventory or should we wait? I feel like it's just going to be a sign someone's been in here. It might give us a clue to how long they've been in there, but I don't think we need to know that yet. Jonathan says wait. I think we should wait too, because we're on the second half of the things we can do. We have to be more careful about our time. I'm inclined to want to talk to Jacqueline now, because I feel like Jacqueline, if we believe someone was staying in the bunker, probably not Jacqueline, maybe our victim. And the only person who could have had access to, known where the key was to the bunker, is Marcus, who we talked to, and his wife. So it feels like the next person we should talk to is the wife, Jacqueline, and find out, who did you tell about the key? Did you tell Donald where the key was? DJ Moneycut says it could be the person went back to the bunker after they killed him. It's possible, but wouldn't we see then signs of them going both directions? And we didn't. That's why I think maybe they went this way when they left. But let's go talk to Jacqueline Foster, 34. I want to find out who knew about this key. But I think it's just Donald staying in there. I think Donald broke in to do something and he was killed by someone. But I don't know who. Jacqueline Foster. Here we go. She's a 28-year-old homemaker. I know Allison better than anyone else here. She's devastated and needs all the support she can get. Oh, people will say she and Donald used to argue a lot, but all couples go through rough patches, don't they? Didn't help that they couldn't have children. But I can tell you one thing for sure. Allison loved Donald despite all his flaws. Now she's going to have to forge ahead without him. As far as Donald Campbell, he worked hard to prove he didn't owe his lifestyle to Allison's family wealth. Allison, we're very close. We're practically sisters. Maddie Clark, she's got an iron will in everything she does. As far as Anthony Clark, he's very generous. He's the one who helped get Donald a job at the Neville advertising agency. Marcus Foster, my husband, can go overboard sometimes, but I know how to handle him. Joanna Garfield, no comment. Edwin Wayland, in spite of his gruff side, he knows how to talk to women. Since he came home from Korea, he's wanted to start a family. The car accident and his wife's tragic death were a shock to us all. And then she's got a number here. Let's see if we can ask her about the dirt. So the husband says, maybe my wife dragged in that dirt. So we could ask her about it. Now, we're sure she's going to say no, but she might say, it might give us an opportunity to ask her about who she's given the key to, because where's our bunker question? So here's how we asked about the bunker. So we can't ask her directly about the bunker, but we can ask her about this dirt. And I feel like we probably should. I know she's not going to have done the dirt, but maybe she is going to, this will let us say, hey, did you go into the bunker? And she's going to say no. And we're going to say, who knows about the key? What do you think? I'm going to do it. Another card to draw 39. All right, Jacqueline, come clean. What do you know? Jacqueline Foster's surprised. Marcus's bunker? I haven't been there in weeks. You say you saw traces of dirt there? Marcus must have made them when he went to check the stock. He does that every Friday, never another day. It's his little ritual. Jacqueline Foster suddenly seems pensive, as if an idea has occurred to her. Yes, Mrs. Foster? Are you thinking of anything in particular? Jacqueline Foster shakes her head to clear her thoughts, then babbles, no, nothing. Okay, well, unfortunately, she did not give us information. But she did, with her actions and her words, confirm our theory. She has told someone about the key. She's just realized that that person she told about the key could have gone in. So our theory seems pretty well confirmed about that. Unfortunately for us, she did not tell us who she gave the key to. That's unfortunate. All right, why don't we take a break here? When we come back, we'll figure out where to go next to get a little bit more information. Maybe we can try to answer those questions. Keep these in the back of your mind. How are we going to get answers to these? And I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back playing Suspects Box 3, Case 2, Mysteria Lane. Let's check in with the chat and see if there are things that people want to do. Jonathan says, strangle marks kind of looked like a bike chain. I'm inclined to try to track it down, visit more location cards. John says, Maddie has a son, Anthony Jr. He might have a bike. Can we explore their house? DJ Moneycut says, is it worth trying to talk to the guy who was supposed to be on the business trip with? Or would that confirm what we think? I mean, that does seem like a very good idea. Can we talk to the guy who's supposed to be on the business trip with? Or will he be out of town? Can we make a call to him? That does seem like a very good idea, Anthony Clark. But look, we can't. Anthony Clark is out of town. We can't talk to him. What's going on with the son? We can't talk to him either. Are we told where the son is? When we talk to her, what did she say about her son? Why isn't her son in the house? Or maybe he's too young. She's not going to let us talk to him. I'm also very keen to discover the other police symbol. There's 2 more for us to discover, but I think that we're going to be able to get one of them by asking Marcus about the police patrols. If we could find another one, though. It does seem like talking to the wife would be a good idea. Jonathan says he could be at school. Could be someone coming through the houses this way, coming through their house, but we think he's staying at the bunker. I'm inclined to go to the forest. Let's go to the forest, 13. Maybe you might say we should wait till we have a reason to do it, but I feel like that could be the escape route if we want to see if someone... Either way, it seems kind of important for us to know whether someone came or left, but this looks pretty serious. Was someone making a grave for him in the forest? And things went wrong? That's very fishy. You almost don't need any to turn this card over to know this is important. You can see the Clark's house from here if you look through the trees. Yeah, but don't you think the fact that there's a giant hole here is a little more interesting? Notice how the dirt is damp. That proves that the hole was dug no more than 1 or 2 days ago. Well, 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 looks like your digger took a smoke break. Oh, look at that. So, now we know why it was so significant that we searched our victim's body and he had New York brand cigarettes. Because now we've got some cigarettes that are Atlantic brand. And maybe this is going to tell us, like, not only can we identify, just as American cigarettes, not only could we identify the person who smokes this brand of cigarettes, but could they be buying them from the state that they're visiting? Okay, well, here's our first clue that there's a second person other than this victim who smoked New York brand. We are looking for a cigarette smoker. It's not clear what they were doing. But it is a big clue as to who it could be. if we can find someone who smokes the cigarette. Now we have a real reason to talk to all the people to see if we can catch one of them smoking cigarettes. John says maybe there are cigarettes in the bunker inventory. Okay, so now we have a second reason to want to go to the bunker inventory. Now, what about this line? Is this going to let us match up the dirt? Yes. All right, but I am inclined not to do this. This just seems like it doesn't help us. Maybe at one point we'll want to confirm that the dirt came from there, but at this point it doesn't really help us to find out if that's true or not. It doesn't help us answer any of our questions. So I am inclined to not try to match that up. But I do agree with Jonathan that it sort of makes the bunker inventory a little more attractive. But I think our best use of time would be to talk to the different people and see if we can't catch someone using that brand of cigarette. So we've talked to Maddie Clark. We've talked to the Fosters, both of them. We haven't talked to the widow, Edwin Wayland. We haven't talked to the single woman, Joanna Garfield. And we haven't talked to Allison, the wife. And Tina said, didn't it match? Do we need to do something else? It did match. My point was just that, oh, I see. You're right. And Tina says, there is nothing to do. You just match so that you know these are from the same area. There is actually no one to talk to, no card to draw. Okay, I wasn't even paying attention to that. So that's the totality of that information. Okay, so I think we should talk to the wife of the victim, and then we should work our way with our remaining cards and talk to each person. Perry says, what was the hole for? Burying a body? If so, was the killer interrupted? That's a great questions. We don't know yet. Allison Campbell is card 3. I'm going to move that around and go get card 3. I'd like to find those police symbols too. Oh, here's Allison Campbell. She's a smoker, but she looks pretty broken up. 29-year-old homemaker. Allison lights a cigarette with a strong minty scent before answering. Her friend Jacqueline Foster is by her side, giving Allison her full support. I feared the worst. I didn't say anything to anyone, but the Baltimore police called me yesterday at noon to tell me that Donald had gone missing from his hotel that morning. That's not like him. Regarding Donald Campbell, he was a fantastic husband and a hard worker. He was living proof that in America, you can do anything if you put your mind to it. Maddie and Anthony Clark, well, they're the perfect neighbors, even if there was a little tension between Tony and Donald. Joanna Garfield, there's no denying she's a very beautiful woman, but feels like she's been avoiding me for the past few weeks. Edwin Wayland, he may appear a bit distant, but he's a very warm person. Jacqueline, as you can see, she's a close friend. I don't know how I'd get through this without her. Miss Campbell, can you think of any reason why your husband might have left the Baltimore convention early? Or do you have the address of the hotel where your husband was staying? All right, so we got a clue now when he disappeared. He actually was there, but he went missing that morning, yesterday morning. So he was only here overnight. And we think he was hiding out in the bunker, but we don't know why. Probably it seems like he flew home and then hid out in the bunker for reasons we don't know. However, one good reason why someone would go on a trip and then secretly fly home is what? To give themselves an alibi. Now, the police noticed he's missing, so much for that alibi. But ideally, you'd like to have an alibi that you're out of town. You sneak back in, you kill the person, you sneak back out. And to the outside, it looks like you have an alibi. So is that what he was doing? Was he planning to sneak back home, kill someone, and then head back out? But he got caught by someone else who killed him. All right, well, she's smoking a cigarette that's minty. Let's write this down. Allison Campbell, because we're looking for someone with the Atlantic cigarettes, but we don't know if they have a minty smell. So we're going to say she smokes minty cigarettes. Maybe we can, if you figure out a way to find out if our Atlantic cigarettes are minty, let me know. Otherwise, I'm inclined to move along from here. I don't think she's going to have any good reasons, or she would have told us. So I think we're done with her for now. Let's continue canvassing this neighborhood. Let's talk to this woman. She seems suspicious to me. 29. Jonathan says, if we get hold of the address, we might be able to get hold of Anthony. I think that's not a bad guess. Oh, look at Joanna Garfield. And is she crying? Oh my God, look at her. This looks like the blonde bombshell from 10 Downing Street. Is she going to invite us in for coffee? Is she crying? Joanna Garfield, 27-year-old secretary. A few moments after ringing the doorbell, the door opens to reveal a tall blonde woman wearing a semi-sheer bathrobe and sunglasses. She blows a smoke ring in Neville's direction. Hello, ma'am. Miss, my name is Neville, and this colleague, Adele. We're journalists, and we'd like to ask you some questions about the tragedy that has befallen Mysteria Lane. Of course. Please have a seat in the living room while I go put on a dress. Joanna leaves the room, and Neville's eyes follow her. My colleague, Adele? Are you serious? My colleague, Adele? Are you serious, Neville? Did you at least notice she was trying to hide her red eyes behind her sunglasses and that she's pregnant? What? Are you sure? Trust me, I've got a flair for this kind of thing. She's definitely pregnant. She's just a few months along, but the fact that she's trying to hide her stomach didn't fool me. She's expecting. Examine the interior of Joanna Garfield's home while she gets dressed. Your next action must be to draw the 6th card. Okay. This is the first time we've seen this, I think, in the suspect system. It's a little sense of time. It's telling us you've got to do this now. It's interesting. In Detective Modern Crime board game was a very interesting mechanic where you could do an action, but if you did want to do it, you had to do it right then. This one isn't really giving us a choice. It's just saying you have to do this now. We are running very close to our limit here. All right, so while she's putting a dress on, we are looking around the place, and I wouldn't be surprised if Neville tries to get a look through a open door, if he sees one. But okay. What have we got here? Maybe some cigarettes? Any sign of a guest or any other clues? Any dirt on the floor? Not really. 1960s decor. I don't see any clues in this picture. Telephone, ashtray. Neville, let's take advantage of the fact that we're all alone to take a look around our house. Adele, we can't do that. Come on, Neville, you keep a lookout while I snoop. We can examine the notebook next to the phone. We can examine the push-down ashtray. Special rules. What? Okay, this is totally new to us. One single player must now read cards 19 and 30 in the order of their choosing. This player has 30 seconds to read both cards. Count or use a timer. Then return card 6 after reading it all the way through 19 and 30 to the box. They may no longer be consulted and will not count as drawn cards. So we're going to, in any order, take 19 and 30. We're like quickly looking around. And then we're going to take those two cards plus this one and put them in the box. And then Joanna Garfield comes back out. And then we can discuss the contents of cards 19 and 30 and take notes. So this is an attempt to add a new kind of mechanic. If you're playing with multiple players, only the one person gets to see it and would tell the other players. And it's not only that, but it's intervening it with this card 31, and only then do you get to discuss. So we have to decide how we're going to play this card, how we're going to do this rule online. So I have a theory, I have an idea of how we should do it. We should either have me look at those two cards and not the channel, or the channel and not me. Perry says, Jesse, you should read the two cards yourself and then tell us. Or we could do the opposite. Let me see what the chat says. Chat says, Nantina pointed out Donald did not have the matching brand. What do you mean Nantina pointed out Donald did not have the matching brand? Do we think the victim dragged the mug? The cigarettes he had were different. There must be two people. Well, I pointed out that it's a different cigarette brand. We knew that right from the start. Donald has New York brand cigarettes. Perry says, I should look. DJ Moneycut says, I should look. I was going to suggest that the channel should look, but I could look and describe it. My memory is not so great. It might be more enjoyable for the channel. We'll have a, well, I guess logically it makes sense. If only one person's supposed to look, it should be me. Because if I show it to the channel, and you guys would, multiple people would see. All right, so I'm going to do that. That's a little scary, but all right, let's get all our ducks in a row here. They're not going to count against us. Okay. 30 seconds to read both cards. Okay, I do have a timer in front of me, so I can check that. And then after we read it, we return it. Then we draw 31, and then we leave Joanna. Then we can discuss 19 and 30. Okay. So let's talk about it. We're going to examine the push-down ashtray. We're examining the notebook. Then we're not going to have those cards anymore. So whatever gets noticed on those cards has to be remembered and then written down. So I'm going to prepare us here as best I can. So card 19 is the ashtray. We're going to lose this card as well as the two new cards. So we need to take a good look at this. 30 is the phone notebook. So we're not going to be able to consult this card either after this. So let's take a good look at it. We've got a push-down ashtray. Does everyone know how these work? It's a little metal dish formed with two semicircles. You could tap your ashes on it and they would sit there. And then when you push down the thing in the middle, the two semicircles sort of open up and everything falls into the container and then they close up. So basically it's a way of having a little ashtray that you can empty out every time you push it. And then in this container would be weeks worth of old ashes and cigarettes. So when we look at that, we may be able to push it open and see some old cigarettes in there as well as some new ones at the top. anything else in this scene that we want to recall, because we're not going to have access to this card anymore either. It looks like books, cigarette, ashtray, plants, 2 chairs, and a phone. This looks like maybe a remote control. More plants. I mean, she clearly likes plants. I don't see anything else, though. All right. And I'm not allowed to make notes while I'm reading. I have to remember them. Okay, I'll try my best. Jonathan is saying some other stuff, but I don't want to get distracted. I want to focus all on this now. Okay, so I'm going to take this card, take these 2 cards in any order. 19 and 30 and 30 seconds. So let me just get them out here. There's 30. There's 19. Now, when we play these things in the channel, we normally take 3 times. So we've got some time dilation. So I wonder if I shouldn't give myself a minute and a half to look. Probably not. Okay, here we go. Oh my God, really? Oh, you're not supposed to see this, huh? Oh, I guess that's it. Okay. Well, don't look if you saw it. You can control yourselves. Don't look. Okay. And now we're supposed to return these cards, and then she comes out in 31. Okay. Wait, 29 wasn't supposed to go back. This card is supposed to go back. 19 and 30. And then this comes out. Okay, well, here she is. That's going to make me forget what I read, but... Dressed in something more decent, Joanna lights up a Ducky Regal cigarette. What happened is terrible. I don't understand what Donald was doing here. Do you think someone could have abducted him from his hotel and brought him to Mysteria Lane to kill him? She starts to sob. I'm sorry. Please excuse me. I'm very sensitive right now. I've had a rough week. As far as Allison and Donald, they looked super unhappy together. I don't think Allison deserved him. Maddie is perfect in every way. She's an outstanding wife and mother, and she's still a beautiful woman. Coming from me, that's a real compliment. As far as Anthony Clark, he's no match for Maddie, and on top of that, he's jealous of Donald's success. Edwin Whalen's a good man who's too solitary. Jacqueline Foster, she's an angel to put up with a sick man like Marcus. He doesn't even look at her anymore. I wonder why she's still with him. And Marcus Foster, well, his obsession with surveillance is just an excuse he's found to get an eyeful whenever he wants. I hardly dare go out in my nightie anymore. He's a peeping Tom. Okay, so Jacqueline is an angel to put up with a sick man like Marcus. He doesn't look at her anymore. And he's the guy with the bunker. Edwin is too solitary. Anthony Clark's no match for Maddie. On top of that, he's jealous of Donald's success. Okay, there's a motive. Maddie is perfect. She's beautiful. Allison looked unhappy. Allison didn't deserve him. Sounds like she's having an affair with Donald. And that's why she's crying. So probably Donald is the father. Did that card suggest we shouldn't count 6 against us? Yeah, we'll count up these cards in a second. Okay, so we're going to put this aside for now. We can still ask her about things, but we're done with her for now. So now I can try to relay what I saw in these cards. Hopefully you didn't peek at them when they were slightly on screen. Okay, the ashtray had something very interesting. What they were lots of old New York cigarettes. That's Donald Campbell's brand. Lots of old ones. So there was a bunch of that were older, lots of them, and they were older. And then more recent were the Royal Duck brand. That's the brand that our blonde bombshell is smoking here, we're told. She's smoking Ducky Royal cigarettes. So this is our, what's her name? Joanna Garfield. So this is more confirmation that she's having an affair with Donald. Donald spends time in her house. He's been smoking cigarettes for a while, not super recently though, so he wasn't in her house today or yesterday, but he does spend time with her. The way I remember that is an old Royal Duck visited New York, or old New York. Anyway, so that's this part. Now, the phone book was trickier. There was a note. There was a colorful pen. And then there was a note that said it had a phone number. That ended, it was a full 9-digit, like maybe 10 digits. Some 3s in the beginning and like 4787, 4888, something like that at the end. But there was a note, too many numbers to actually remember. And the note said, don't call before 6 p.m. So I'm guessing that this is Donald's note to her, maybe, that says, like, don't call before 6 because the wife is home. All right, so there's our notes about the 2 items. That's the best I can do for you. I couldn't recall the full phone number. I looked at it. It didn't look like it was a card number to draw hidden on it. So I think we're just going to get a phone number from someone, and it's going to be close enough to guess that it's their phone number. But this is the important part. Don't call before 6. I think it said before 6, not after 6. I should have tried a better job to remember that, but that's my gut, so that's probably right. And we can confirm she's got Donald's cigarette butts in her ashtray. All right. And then we could ask her about stuff if we can line her up. Let's figure out our card count now that we've thrown away some cards. We threw away 3 cards into the box. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we've seen 17 cards, which puts us right about here. Okay, 8 more cards, and then we have to guess. It could be the hotel number. That's a very good point. Just trying to see if we can line her up with anyone. That's a very good point. It could be the hotel number. We still haven't found the person who smokes these cigarettes, unless they're the minty cigarettes, but we'd still have to... find that out. All right. I still am inclined... to want to visit Edwin Whalen to see what he smokes. The chat is talking. Let's see. Does seem she's the one having an affair, but wouldn't she have known he was in town? Or she just didn't say it not to admit the affair. I don't think he's visited her yesterday. Was there a telephone in the bunker? Interesting, good question. Or it could be hotel room. I'm not sure. Was there a telephone in the bunker? That's a good question. Not that I see. Doesn't appear there is a telephone in the bunker. I think hotel room might be a better guess. Well, the reason might not be to call before 6 is because the other guy might pick up the phone. They might be sharing a hotel room. And Tina says, why not call? It wouldn't have mattered if it was the hotel number. He just wouldn't have been there, except if he's sharing a room with the other guy. John says, couldn't she call the bunker anytime if there was a phone? If he didn't come back for the affair, why did he? Yes, well, that's our question. Okay, let's go to Edwin Wayland. Let's see if he smokes any cigarettes that we can identify. That's 4. So another card goes by. Here he is. He is a cigarette smoker. Okay, let's see what he's got to say. Wayland lights up a cigarette as he sees you coming. He's an insurance broker. Journalist, huh? When I heard about Donald, I decided to take the day off, but it's so I can be here for Allison, not to answer questions from journalists bent on digging up gossip. I'll give you 5 minutes, but it's only because Maddie seems to trust you. Regarding Allison and Donald Campbell, a couple that has been destroyed by the lack of a child. I'm not sure he stayed with her out of love or whether it was for Allison's family fortune. Allison's beyond reproach. He didn't deserve her. Maddie, well, she's an example for us all. Anthony Clark, he's very lucky to have a wife like Maddie, and he knows it. Jacqueline Foster is a saint. She will be a great support for Allison. There are no secrets between those two. Marcus Foster, he's got a big mouth. I'm not sure he would have cut it in Korea. And his neighborhood watch idea seems ridiculously over the top to me. As far as Joanna Garfield, well, the solitude must weigh on her. I know what I'm talking about, believe me. Okay, well, she's not in solitude. She's having an affair with Donald. Those two can't have a child, but now Donald is going to have a child with Joanna. So, did Allison find out and kill him? Interesting. Okay, well, no sign of what brand of cigarette he's smoking, but we can ask him about someone if we can line him up. But we don't have anyone to line up with. All right, well, is that all of our people? We talked to Joanna. We talked to the wife, Allison. We talked to Edwin. We talked to the maid. We talked to Jacqueline, Marcus, and Maddie. All right, so we've talked to all of the people we can. I am in the peeping Tom is Marcus Foster. He's the bunker guy, the gun salesman. We haven't been to the golf course, but we've been... Oh, we haven't been to the Campbell's house. Surely we want to go there, right? We've talked to the Allison Campbell, but we haven't been to the Campbell house. Surely we need to go there, right? And then I think we should try to call that phone to try to talk to Anthony. But let's go to this house first, yeah? Maybe it's not an affair, but more of a surrogate situation. Yeah, right. All right, we're going to the Campbell's house. Let's take a good look at the Campbell house. Telephone. Note. 2 martini glasses. Notes. Picture with something here. Some fruit. Ashtray, maybe? Flowers. I feel like everyone's having an affair with each other in this neighborhood. There's their TV. Look, what's that? What's that over here? That's a safe. Why is there a safe in the Campbell's house? Look at that. Good eyes on my part, spotting that that was a safe. Let's take advantage of the fact that Jacqueline Foster is out consoling Allison Campbell on the patio to take a look around the victim's house. Boy, these two snoop around, huh? We can examine the safe. We can examine the ashtray. Your newfound passion for snooping around people's houses is starting to concern me, Adele. Well, let's treat this as if we could get caught at any moment. Which one is more important? The safe or the ashtray? I think the ashtray, right? Safe is likely to be locked. If you could only go to one, if this woman's going to barge in on us, better to look in the ashtray. All right, let's go to 42. Our 20th card. Three types of cigarettes: Himalaya, menthol, Atlantic, and Buffernet. Buffumet. Okay, well, there's our cigarette of our digger. There's our minty smelling cigarette. So we did lock into what the brand is of the minty one, and that's a new one we don't know. Now, what's odd is that Donald Campbell, who lives at this house, has a cigarette pack in his pocket that's neither of these. You would assume that his cigarettes would be in the ashtray. It's a large ashtray. It can hold lots of cigarettes for over a week. So I wonder if the way to think about it is, has someone mistakenly put the wrong cigarettes in his pocket? Like, has someone dressed him and put their cigarettes in his pocket? let's take it. So actually, let's be clear about this. Leave aside the victim in the pool's pack of cigarettes. That's a little harder to to be definitive about. But these are smoked cigarettes that someone smoked while digging. So I think what we can see from this is that the digger lives in this house and is probably our victim, Campbell. Donald Campbell probably flew home, dug a grave, and was going to kill his wife, is what I think. So I think Donald smokes Atlantic, and he has dug this hole. Although it could be the wife, or it could be someone else in the house. But, okay, so if we were going to make a card for our cigarette notes, what we'd say is the New York is on the victim, right? Okay. Then the Atlantic is from the digger, the hole digger. The one on the victim could be planted or could be real. We don't know. Donald Campbell. I'm a little suspicious if this is really fake or not. But the Atlantic we know is from the hole digger, and it's at the Campbell house. Okay, then we have the Himalaya menthol, mint. That's at the Campbell house. And who is the smoker of the menthols? Is it, oops, is it this woman? Strong minty scent. Okay, so Allison Campbell is the smoker of Himalaya. So that's going to be our Allison Campbell. So she is not the digger. Makes it all the more likely that Donald Campbell is the digger. So then we have the Fufumet, which is at the Campbell house. And, well, it's definitely at the Campbell house. We don't know who that belongs to, though. And then we had the Royal Duck brand, which was our Joanna, our blonde bombshell. Maybe Donald was going to kill Joanna to cover up the affair. Somehow Joanna wound up killing Donald instead during a struggle. Cigarettes got swapped. Now she's smoking his minty. That doesn't make sense to me somewhere. Joanna's not smoking the minty ones. The New York, where in Joanna's house? Okay, that statement makes no sense to me. That's two statements in a row that are confusingly put. John says, never mind, I must have misremembered. I thought Joanna was smoking the minty flavor. DJ says, the digger could have visited the house but not live there. Yeah, I guess. Sure. The things that are more sure is that the digger has smoked and disposed of these cigarettes. So the digger is absolutely smoking Atlantic cigarettes while they're digging. So that feels for sure. And we know the minty smoker is the Allison Campbell, so it's consistent that she's got some of those in her ashtray. So these are going to be from Allison Campbell. No one else smokes the minty ones. These are for our digger. Could be a visitor to the house or could be Donald Campbell. Fufumet, we don't know. The duck brand is our Bond bombshell, Joanna. So she's not smoking here. That was the other thing, that actually we do know that the New York, we're going to put in the pocket of Campbell, but also at Joanna's house. So this is a little odd now. Because of what DJ Moneycut says in the channel is right. If we think Donald is the one who had the affair with Joanna, then his brand is New York, which matches what was in his pockets. The strange thing, though, then, is that there's no New York brand cigarettes in the ashtray at his house. That's very odd. Like, why would his cigarettes not be in his house? Now I'm having a doubt that Donald is the one having an affair with Joanna, because surely your own cigarette brand is going to be in your house. Maybe the ashtray was cleaned. It's possible, but it sure doesn't look like it. That's very... If I had to guess, I would guess that Donald smokes Atlantic and he was digging the hole and someone put the New York brand in his pocket. And then Donald's not having the affair with Joanna, even though I was fairly sure that Joanna and Donald were having the affair. And that's why she's crying. So a little bit of a mystery here now. If Donald's brand is New York, that explains Joanna's house, and it explains the cigarettes found on the body, but it doesn't explain why his cigarettes are not found in the ashtray. All right, a little bit of a mystery. And Tina says, maybe the ashtray was cleaned and our woman, Allison Campbell, had a little bit of a party with these martini glasses. I mean, it doesn't look super dirty like a party. All right, well, before she comes back in, let's go to the safe. And then I want to check out this phone call, but we are running out of time. Okay, so we're now at our 20 card limit. We've got 5 more cards before we have to make our first guesses. So let's look in that safe, yeah? I mean, you can't walk into a house with a safe and not check it out. The safe appears to be intact. Yeah, but it's also a safe. Aren't you just itching to open it to see what's inside? So we'd have to ask someone about the safe. Where's Allison? We can ask Allison to open the safe for us. Is she going to? She's not even in her house. I guess we'd be asking her what she keeps in there. I just feel like she's not going to do it. Did I count that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Ouch. So we've got 4 more before we have to make our first guesses to these things. I don't think we have much of a clue about these. We only got 4 more cards. So what are we going to do? I'm tempted to pursue the address of the hotel so we could maybe make a call. Could ask about the safe. We could try to get information from we could try to find our police symbols, and we would do that by we could do the inventory. We could ask him about the police patrols. Did you notice anything last night? I think that's likely to get us another police symbol, but we would still need one more. So with these possibilities in front of us, if we sort them by interest, this isn't really one of them. I guess if I was to choose the order, I would say the hotel phone number so we can talk to our last remaining guy, Anthony, and the patrols to see if we can get enough police symbols by the time in time to get some information. Jonathan says, we did think the cigarettes in Joanna's were more than a few days old. Yes. We could check the bunker inventory. Maybe Donald was bumming cigarettes from the bunker that were a different brand. Yes, that's a very good point. However, let me point out, that would be more convincing if he didn't have a pack of his brand on him. Like, why would you have a pack in your pocket and be digging a hole and smoking one brand and then be found dead with the other brand? That doesn't make sense. Okay, so I think of these two. Here are the two that are most appealing to me. What was the address of the hotel? And what about your patrols? Did you notice anything? I guess they're both valid. So let's just start with the address of the hotel, 21. And the address of the hotel. Allison Campbell shoots you a worried look. The phone number of the Pacific Hotel? Yeah, of course, it's in the notebook next to the phone. Oh, I see you also wrote down the phone number of an Officer Mitchell. Yes, he called me yesterday morning to tell me Donald was missing. Great, he'll probably have some interesting details to shed some light on what happened in Baltimore. So there are the two numbers. Okay, now, that is the phone number, without a doubt, that I saw on Joanna's notepad that said, don't call before 6. There's no doubt in my mind that that is the phone number. 333-123-4878, the Pacific Hotel. So someone at Joanna has left a note that said, don't call before 6. Now, that suggests it's either Anthony or Campbell. Either our dead victim, Donald Campbell, or Anthony Clark, Maddie's husband. I think they were sharing a room. And if we can talk to them, we may find out which of them was in the room before 6. Unfortunately, if I've misremembered the before and after, I'm going to screw us up for this whole case. So we can call the Pacific Hotel to speak to the manager. We can call the Pacific Hotel to speak to Anthony Clark, or we can call Officer Mitchell. We have 3 more cards left before we have to make our guesses. Now, it wouldn't be surprising if calling Officer Mitchell didn't get us one of our police tags. And then we might be able to go that route if we thought that was more important. But I think I'm inclined to have to let that wait for day 2. So I think we should speak to Anthony Clark. All right, since no one is chiming in with different theories, that's what we're going to do. We're going to call Anthony Clark. You call the Pacific Hotel. The line crackles, but you're finally able to make it clear that you wish to speak to Mr. Clark. Are you the reporters Maddie was supposed to see today? How is Maddie? I haven't had time to call her for 2 days. How's Tony Jr.? Your family's fine, Mr. Clark. Your wife even recommended we call you. You're one of the last people to have seen Mr. Campbell, weren't you? Yes, on Wednesday night. Mr. Naylor invited the whole team to the hotel bar. Don't tell Maddie, but we drank a lot that night. I took Donald back to his room. It was 10 p.m., and he could barely stand up. Usually he's able to hold his liquor better than that. I took off his shoes and laid him down on his bed, fully clothed. I left the key in the room and closed the door behind me. Crackle. I then went back to the bar with my colleagues. We all went to bed around 3 a.m. What's the deal with this crackle? The line crackles. Why is the line crackling so much? Wednesday night, they went out. Took him back to his room, 10 p.m. He could barely stand up. Is he pretending to be drunk? Left the key to the room and closed the door behind me. And he's back in bed by 3 a.m. I took Donald back to his room. Not our room, his room. But I guess this is the number for the hotel. So just knowing this number that Joanna has the hotel doesn't tell us which person she's calling. There's no way to find that out. Wednesday night, he's seen. 10 p.m. He could barely stand up. Usually holds his liquor better. Fully closed, left the key. So no one knows where Donald Campbell is between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m., I guess is what that means on Wednesday night. But that's not very useful. This is an interesting idea. Is it crackling because someone used the cord to strangle someone? Using the phone. That's an interesting idea. Don Campbell was really drunk. He could not have left the room on his own. Or he was killed then. Don't forget, we don't know when he was really killed, but you couldn't kill him. Could you kill him and drive him back? You plan to bury him, something goes wrong. It is an interesting idea. For those of you who don't know, let's look at the wounds on his throat again. Those would be consistent with a cord from a telephone, which is quite strong. Let's find that image again. For those of you who don't know, oops. Yeah, those could absolutely be marks from a phone, a coiled phone cord. For those of you who don't know, you can detach the wire from both ends of the phone. So you could absolutely have taken the phone cord out between the handset and the telephone, brought it with you. Oh, not brought it with you. He was strangled in his room by Anthony Clark. And then with the telephone, you don't even have to detach it. And then Anthony Clark brings his body in a car to his home, intends to bury it. I think that's it. And Tina says those definitely seem like telephone cord marks. I think we've got the picture of it now. I think this theory is starting to fall into place. That was a really good catch by DJ Moneycut about the cord being used to strangle him. So I think we're talking to Anthony on the phone, and he says, I brought him up to his room. I laid him down, and then I disappeared back to the bar till 3 a.m. I think what really happened here is he's killed him. He's killed him in his room. The cord is crackling because it's a little bit damaged. It was used to choke and strangle him. And then he has brought the body back. Now, why has he brought the body back? He doesn't want to get caught with the body in his room, for sure, but maybe he's brought it back to try to bury it. And this makes it, this is sort of consistent with this, right? Because, well, no, not for certain. We'd like to know what brand Anthony smokes. Chat says, if we call the other numbers and hear the crackling, we'll know it's the phone we're calling with. If we could talk to someone else and there's still crackle, we could pinpoint the source of the crackle. DJ Moneycut says it could have happened in his home if he was there to kill his wife. Interesting. You're thinking it's not the cord in the hotel room, but the cord of the phone we're calling from. Let me look at this. Well, you've got a good point. We are calling, I suppose, from their home. The real question is where we call next. We've only got 2 more cards to draw. Okay, so everyone wants to make another phone call here. Harry says, let's talk to Officer Mitchell. All right, let's talk to Officer Mitchell. Officer Mitchell is card 2. So 24 cards. Let's see what Officer Mitchell says. The phone cord dangles to the side of Campbell's phone. The line crackles a bit, but you still manage to get through to Officer Mitchell. Okay, well, this is clear that the channel, DJ Moneycut, has figured out that this cord has been used to strangle someone, and the channel has outsmarted me by suggesting that if we make another phone call and it crackles, it means it's the home phone we're calling from. not where we're dialing to, because I thought he killed him in his hotel room. But this is really confirming that we are calling from their house, and it is still crackling. So he was killed with the phone in the Campbell house. That's very smart. Very clever observations by DJ Moneycut here. Okay. All right, so we're in their home. The line is crackling. Now we think for sure that Campbell was killed with his own phone line. Hello, I'm a friend of Mrs. Campbell. She wanted to know if you had any information about the disappearance of her husband. I've already told Mrs. Campbell that we haven't opened an official investigation. I went to the Pacific Hotel because the chief insisted on it. There's no evidence that Mr. Campbell was kidnapped or anything of the sort. The fact that his room is next to an emergency exit that doesn't close all the way is a bit circumstantial, you must realize. And between you and me, he wouldn't be the first man to try to get away from his wife. He'll come crawling back with his tail between his legs in a few days, you'll see. It's just that he was found dead in the neighbor's pool. What? All right. I don't know who you are, but from now on, I will only talk to the officer in charge of investigating the death of Donald Campbell. Good day, sir. Neville, your acting was awful. You may draw card 26 if you have revealed 3 police symbols, including this one. Well, we have 2, but not 3. I suspect we know where to get our 3rd one. And that's from the bunker guy asking him about patrols. Unfortunately, it wouldn't help us because we only get 1 more card left before we have to guess. So we have to choose our final card wisely. So now, because of DJ Moneycut's insight and the channel being very clever, I guess it looks like Jonathan was the first person who said, if we call the other numbers and hear the crackling, we'll know it's the phone we're calling with. That was a very clever idea by Jonathan, following up on DJ Moneycut's idea, which is that we now strongly suspect that Donald Campbell was killed using the cord in his own home. If we ask her why she came home early, she's probably going to lie. But now I wonder if what we've got here is that she's figured out he's having an affair. And maybe she called someone to help her kill him. And that person is who's drinking the martinis and leaving cigarettes in her ashtray. We've made 2 phone calls. We could still talk to the manager of the hotel. What would the manager tell us? I think the picture we're getting is that Donald Campbell is having an affair with this woman. He gets her pregnant. And then maybe at some point, he comes home early from the convention and either gets to his own home where he's killed, or he's planning to kill his wife and gets killed instead, something like that. I think, is that what we're looking at? Is he planning to kill his wife and bury her? No. And then he gets killed? Or is someone else planning to kill him and bury him? How are we going to find those Atlantic cigarettes? All right, let's back up. Let's not try to solve everything right now. Let's just try to answer our questions because we've got one more card to draw before we have to answer. What was he doing on Mysterio Lane? We still don't know. Where and how did he die? We do know that. He died in his house with the cord. Good. Now, who killed him? Boy, it would be very hard for the wife to kill him alone. That's not something you can do. And Perry agrees. You can't. The woman is not going to kill the larger man by strangulation of a telephone cord. That's not going to work. You'd need two people or a stronger man. So she's got an accomplice. But we can answer this. But we don't know who. But it's not going to be Anthony Clark because he's still in the convention. I don't think he could have gotten home and back. And then on Thursday, we're still thinking that we're thinking he was probably in the bunker. I think he's come home to kill his wife, is what I think. And she's gotten the jump on him with her accomplice. But who? So if I had to guess, I would guess he's come home to kill his wife. Or he could be trying to kill the Bond bombshell. Or he was coming home because the wife demanded he come home because she caught him. But then why would he be hiding out in the bunker? One more card to draw to answer these questions. But we don't know for sure that he's coming to kill his wife. I like the idea that the dug grave is for that, but wouldn't it make more sense that the dug grave is for the person who is working with Allison Campbell to kill him? That makes more sense, isn't it? He's not dug this grave for his wife. Allison Campbell's accomplice, who has been smoking in her house, is who dug this grave. Unless there's the mix-up with the cigarettes. The Atlantic brand is found in Allison's cigarettes. So unless our guy... Unless they swap cigarettes, which is certainly possible. All right, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we take our break here? We'll come back in 8 minutes. We'll make our decision about our last card, and we'll get on the record about our answers to these questions. This is a very compelling case so far. This box seems to be clicking with us more than the other two boxes. So far, so good. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll look at our last card. We'll choose it. We'll look at it. We'll make our choices. And then we'll go into Act 2 of this case. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Channel does not take my advice to get up and stretch and take a break during the breaks. Instead, they're just going full force with their theories. Is there anyone else we weren't spoken to? The black clothes and mask point to murder. Maybe someone else was in the bunker. When were the police notified? I can check that. Let's remember it's not likely Donald returned home on his own. He was too drunk. Unless Anthony was lying, Donald not drunk, they returned together. Now I'm starting to have doubts about Donald was in the bunker unless he was the person digging the hole. Okay, I want to make a big point that seems that I'm not quite on the same wavelength with the chat. I want to read the card where we're told what happened by Anthony. Let's take a look at this. On Wednesday night, Mr. and Neville invited the whole team to the hotel bar. Don't tell Maddie, we drank a lot. I took Donald back to his room. It was 10 p.m. and he could barely stand up. Usually he's able to hold his liquor better than that. I took off his shoes and laid him down on his bed fully clothed. I left the key in the room and closed the door behind me. I went back to the bar with my colleagues. We all went to bed around 3 a.m. Two things I want you to notice. First of all, this gives Anthony a very strong alibi for Wednesday night. I believe we're told he's gone missing Thursday morning. The way I read this, most likely, is that Donald is faking being drunk to give himself an alibi. I think it seems likely that Donald is pretending to be drunk. Anthony carries him back to his room, and at 10 p.m., from 10 p.m. on Wednesday night until Thursday night, he's disappeared. I read it as his plan was him to set up this alibi that he's drunk in his room, and that his plan was to go back into town, kill his wife, and get back to his hotel room before morning. But that it's gone wrong. To me, I feel like Anthony has got his alibi. He's seen in public all for the next 5 hours, whereas Donald has set himself up so he has an alibi. That's how I read it. Anthony can't be lying about this part because he was seen in public. And that wouldn't give him enough time. But this feels like Donald has got this premeditated plan to go back. That's how I see it. Now let's figure out. Call me yesterday morning to tell me Donald was missing. So Thursday morning, it's Friday now. Thursday morning, he's missing. Wednesday night, he hits up the room. He's last seen at 10 p.m. So he's last seen at 10 p.m. And then when the morning comes, he doesn't show up. I think his plan was to come in, kill his wife, or kill Joanna. But if I had to guess, he's killing his wife. If you know anything about true crime, the husband doesn't go kill the mistress to stay with the wife. That's just, for better or worse, that's not what happens in real life. In real life, you get the blonde bombshell, the husband kills the wife. That's just how the husbands are. So I think he came in to kill the wife, but he was caught. And I think maybe he was caught by someone the wife was having an affair with. Now, the one thing that it does occur to me that we need to consider is this. One of the key pieces of our mystery has to do with the cigarette. On the body of Donald is a pack of the New York brand cigarettes. The New York brand cigarettes are seen in Joanna's house. So I believe with the strong likelihood that those are Donald's cigarette brand and that they weren't planted on his body, that we found his real cigarette brand. But I wonder if it's possible that Donald has planned this all out and planted these cigarettes here. In other words, is it possible that Donald's plan is to bury his wife here and leave cigarettes from his wife's lover here? to frame them. But then he gets killed. We kept thinking about this problem with the person digging this hole. Remember, these cigarettes are also found in the Campbell house. So one possibility is that Donald Campbell smokes 2 brands of cigarettes, Atlantic and the New York, and then everything's fine. Then Donald dug this hole, but it doesn't make sense that he dug this hole and he's got this brand of cigarettes, and then at the same time he's found in the pool with the different brand. So we were thinking maybe someone else has dug this hole. But it's also possible that Donald has dug this hole to bury his wife, and he's planted these cigarettes. And that these are the cigarette brand of the wife's lover, and Donald has got them from the ashtray at his house. Because remember, in his house, we've got these. The wife's brand, this mystery brand, and this other brand. So if Donald smokes both brands of cigarettes, then there's not a problem. But it is odd that he would have a pack in his pocket and be smoking a different one. Whose house is the bunker at is the question asked in the channel. Well, the bunker is right here. The Foster's house. Here was where his body was found. It looks like it was dragged from the Foster's house, brought over and dumped here. So maybe the way to think about it is that there's the Campbell's house where we think the murder occurred. So somehow they'd have to get murder here and then go bring him this way? That's very odd. Well, we don't really know that this is Campbell's crossed over through here. Someone crossed over through here. I wonder if this is going to turn out to be a red herring. Remember, we see that someone walked this way. I wonder if this is just going to be this guy peeping Tom, and it's a total red herring, this pathway here. All right, but Perry thinks that Foster is the killer and is Donald's wife's lover. It's possible, but I'll tell you why that doesn't seem believable to me, because Foster invites us in to look at his bunker where the dirt is. So I don't think Foster is aware of what's going on with that bunker. So I don't think Foster is involved. Okay, but let's not try to solve it. Let's just try to solve it. What I mean is, let's figure out what card to draw to do our best answering this question. Okay, so I think he was here to kill his wife. I think he was strangled by the telephone cord in his own house. I don't think we know who killed him. And I think he was hiding in the bunker where he was going to surprise his wife. So then this is the question I don't have a guess at. Whether you agree with me or not, where do you think we're going to get the answer to this? And I'll tell you the best shot I think we have at that. I think the best shot we have at that is our peeping Tom. And the possibility, since I think he's innocent, look, he's even got his, oh no, those are glasses. And so where would we go to get the answer to that? Let me check in with the chat here. I lean towards, can we discuss possible murderers? Jonathan says, I lean towards Edwin, the insurance salesman who's the Korean War vet. But Jonathan doesn't know where the evidence is. Maybe there's some evidence in the safe. So if we think about the things we can do, remember, Jacqueline knows something because she won't tell us about what she thought of with the bunker key. There's the wife, a grudge against Donald. We could try to get the other police symbol. So my inclination, well, here's Edwin. If we wanted to, can we ask him about anyone? Do we have any card that matches up with that? We don't. We do have two police symbols, though. So my inclination would be to ask Marcus Foster if he noticed anything. I suspect that's going to get us our third symbol. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to access that one. And Tina says we have to figure out if Edwin knew where the key of the bunker was. And Jonathan agrees with that. Well, the person who knows about the key is Jacqueline. For sure, she has a secret she's not letting on about the key. Because she says right here, when we ask her about the bunker, nothing. She doesn't want to say anything. So if we could ask her about someone, maybe she would tell us. Who's she friendly with? What does she think about Edwin? In spite of his gruff side, he knows how to talk to women. He's wanted to start a family. Car accident with his wife is tragic. Oh, she doesn't hate him, so she could have told him. But she's very close. We're practically sisters. She tells her anything. I think she told Allison about where the key was, is what I think. I think she told Donald Campbell's wife about the key, is what I think. So I think she knew about the key to the bunker. She's acting suspicious here too. She doesn't want us calling the Pacific Hotel. And she doesn't want us talking to this detective. So I think the person she told about the key that she's nervous about is the person she's super close with, Allison. So Allison knows about the bunker, I think. Maybe the husband caught the wife having an affair in the bunker or something. Okay, either way, DJ, okay, I'm almost ready to make a call. If no one has a better suggestion of what card, I'm going to talk to Foster. But let's see. DJ Moneycut says, I think it said there were no secrets between Jacqueline and the wife, so maybe the wife knows about the bunker key. That's what I've been saying. Check Jesse. Important new theory point. I think Donald tried to kill his wife and was killed by Edwin Wednesday night. Then they stored him in the bunker during Thursday while Edwin dug the hole. That's a very reasonable point. We still don't know then why he didn't end up in the hole. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yes, that all makes sense, and it explains why he's not in the hole. I think it explains why he's not in the hole. It sure does. Okay. Who can tell me now the answer to why he's not in the hole, buried? Let's see. Let's see if you can figure it out. So I think you're absolutely right. I think his dead body was left in the bunker, killed and then put in the bunker while the hole is being dug. Well, that doesn't make 100% sense. Why not just leave him in the house while you're... I don't know. Why not leave him in the house? But I think I have a theory for why he's not in the hole. Let me just give you my theory, because I don't think without visual guide it can help. Let's look at our map of the neighborhood now. Here's the Fosters, where the bunker is. Here's the Clark house, where the body is found in the water. And here's our grave. Doesn't it seem likely that they're bringing the body from the bunker to the grave? However they're doing it, and they see someone, they hear someone, perhaps this guy, Foster, on his night peeping Tom rounds, and they just panic and dump it in the pool. So I think, like, this is your theory just fleshed out a little bit more. The body's in the bunker, or I suppose even that the body is killed in this house, and they're bringing it to bury in this forest, shallow grave that they've dug. But they get interrupted. They get interrupted at this point, and they have to just make a run, dump it and run. If he's killed here, though, at his home, which we're very convinced of, why bring it to the bunker? Why bring it to the bunker? Doesn't it seem more likely he came home to hide out, then at night he sneaks in to kill her, they kill her, then they bring it back? Why involve the bunker at all? I think you're right. That's a very good question. Why involve the bunker at all? I still don't know. But I know who I want to talk to, and no one has come up with a more compelling alternative. So we're going, you had your chance. We're going to do the thing that I said I wanted to do, which is ask him, Foster, if he saw anything. I think this is also going to get us our police symbol. Okay, did you notice anything last night? Okay. So here's our last card that we're allowed to see. Well, I was right about this. Marcus Foster puffs out his chest. You're looking at the president of Mysteria Lane's Neighborhood Watch Committee. So yes, I was on patrol last night. That is, until midnight. Then I went to bed until Tony Clark Jr. woke me up. Kid's a little wimp, if you ask me. Anyway, I'm pretty light sleeper, and we sleep with the windows open since it's been so hot this June, you know. The Clark kid didn't wake Jacqueline up, but I couldn't get back to sleep. So I went on a little patrol of the neighborhood with my Smith & Wesson in my belt. Everything seemed calm. I can show you my patrol reports if you're interested. I write everything down. So we can read his patrol reports. We can talk to the kid now. And we've got the 3 symbols. So now we can draw this police thing. But unfortunately, we're at our 25 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That's unfortunate. Probably maybe we should have been a little bit smarter about that, because now we have to guess. All right, well, get out your notepad. Make your guesses for your 4 questions. After 25 cards, what was he doing? I'm going to say he was there to murder his wife. Where and how did he die? I'm going to say at home, strangled by telephone cord. Who killed him? I'm going to read this as blank for now. Where was he yesterday? I am going to say the bunker. That does seem like the most likely place where his body was hidden. I still don't 100% understand why you have to get rid of it from the house. Why not leave it at the house? Why not leave it at the house? If he was killed in his own house, why not leave it at the house? He was killed in his own house. Why not leave it at the house? Instead, you bring it at night over to the bunker, which you know where the key is. Because you're panicked. You don't want it in the house. You don't know what you're going to do with it. Then you get the thought to plant it out here. Okay, and then I do think the most likely killer is probably Edwin Wayland. What does he say about our woman that we think he's helping? He doesn't say anything about her. Oh, no, he does. A couple has been destroyed by the lack of a child. Not sure he stayed with her out of love or whether it was for Allison's family fortune. Allison is beyond reproach. He didn't deserve her. Yeah. And then what does she say about him? He may appear distant, but he's a very warm person. All right. Well, if I had to guess, I'm going to say who killed. I'm going to say Allison and Edwin working together. All right, let me see what the rest of the channel says, what your guesses are. 1, Donald was there Wednesday night to murder his wife. 2, Donald was at his home strangled by phone. 3, Edwin is the killer. 4, Donald's corpse is in the bunker while Edwin digs the hole. Whose wife was wealthy? Allison. Was this a simple foiled robbery? No, the wife of the rich woman was... The husband of the rich woman was killed. So you don't rob her. And you don't rob someone to get their family's fortune. And Tina says, there are 3 different cigarettes at the house. Maybe there were 3 people. The third left was going to return and the other 2 had to move it quickly. Yeah, maybe. But we're thinking that this is probably, if we had to guess, that the third cigarette brand, that Edwin has one of those brands, either the Fumette or the Atlantic. there any clues about him? He lights up a cigarette. We know he's an insurance guy. All right, well, regardless, we've got our answers. Anyone else before? Let's not worry about. Let's just get everyone down on the record for their guesses. So we put that off to the side. If you haven't written down yet, please do so. And now we've got 10 more cards to draw before we have to guess again. So now that we've got some more time, let's get those police symbol cards and start digging into that. Okay. What's it going to be? You may draw card 26 if you have revealed 3 police symbols. All right, so let's do that first because we have. So we could have done this earlier if we wanted to, but let's see. Mike Flanagan. So what do we got? A dead body found in a pool when it should have been miles away. How original. He turns to his colleagues. Miller, Branson, go take a walk around the neighborhood, talk to everyone, and you tell the doc I want his initial findings in 10 minutes. And as for you journalists, you'll note that we came quickly, just stopped long enough to grab a donut, and then we were here. We weren't too far away since the golf course next door had called us. They reported an abandoned car over by hole 13. They say it's breaking the players' concentration to have it in their field of vision, but we'll go see them later. You reveal a golf symbol. Question the medical examiner. Okay, so what's happened here? This is our theory come true. Why? Why do I say that? What about this tells us that our theory is correct? He's driven home to kill his wife. He's driven home and parked his car at the golf course and then snuck in to kill his wife. Probably he's hiding out in the bunker to wait till his wife falls asleep where he can come kill her, something like that. That's what this car is. This is going to be the car that Donald Campbell drove from the convention at night after pretending to be drunk in his room. Now, I don't feel like medical examiner is useful to us. This might give us a clue to the thing that DJ Moneycut already figured out, that he was strangled by telephone wire. So I don't think we need to do this. And I think we don't really need to do this. I think we're just going to find his car there. So I'm inclined to think that, eventually we'll get to do these, but I'm inclined to think that these are not relevant. Not of high importance to us. And Tina reminds us the bunker had mud from the grave. He wasn't hiding in there unless he was the one digging the grave. That's a good point. I don't think Donald ever hid in the bunker while he was alive. He drove there in the middle of the night and intended to return by morning. No reason for Donald to hide in the bunker while alive. So he was just going to come kill his wife, but he got killed, and that's when the whole bunker grave digging stuff happened. Okay. He was going to... Okay, yeah. He was going to pretend to be a break-in and kill her. Maybe he was just going to stab her to death and leave her body right in the house. He doesn't have to hide the body. It's when he gets killed, they have to hide the body. Okay. And Tina says, is there a possibility he went there to take what's in the safe and not kill his wife? Whew. That seems like a stretch. No, you could take the safe anytime you're home. You don't have to break in to steal the safe in your own house. All right. So, if we're not going to go to the golf course for the car yet, you could find in the car his other cigarettes. That might help you. Patrol reports, but he says he didn't really see anything. Up to midnight. The kid woke him up, but it doesn't say why. All right, so I think we got to wake up the kid and see what the kid saw. 27. That's our second card. All right, there's the kid. Does he smoke cigarettes? What has he got? Telescope? Yeah, he's got a telescope. He likes looking at stars. Hey, buddy. Finished done with school for this morning? Can you tell me what woke you up last night? Do you believe in UFOs, mister? I do. And I'm sure I saw one last night. At first I thought it was a shooting star, but now I'm sure it was a spaceship that landed in the forest behind the house. That's why I saw lights over there. I didn't dare go out because Mom won't let me. So I went to bed late at night, but I heard a noise in the yard. I woke up and looked out the window, and that's when I saw it. A giant alien with 4 arms that was stumbling around by the pool. He was headed toward the forest. I screamed. I was scared that he'd heard me, so I ducked down so he wouldn't see me. And that's when I thought I heard a splash. And that's when Mommy came into my room. Of course, she didn't believe that I'd seen a monster. Instead, she yelled at me and closed the window and the blinds. But you believe me, don't you, mister? Okay, well, this makes 100% sense. It's exactly what I said. Someone's carrying the body to head towards the forest. He sees them. He screams. They panic, drop the body in the pool. That seems very clear. The 4 arms is because someone's carrying him and his arms are out, so it looks like it's got 4 arms. But it's one man carrying another. Giant alien with 4 arms, stumbling around by the pool, heading towards the forest where the grave is, right? Bringing the body, heading towards the forest. Maybe even got this far. The kid screams. The person carrying the body completely panics, throws the body in the water, and runs. So I believe they were bringing the body to bury it, which goes a little bit against our theory that he's dug a grave for his wife. But now we have the new theory. He was there to murder his wife, but not planning to bury her. He was just going to kill her in her house. And the grave and the bunker were where the body was put. Put it in the bunker, dig the grave, try to bring it to the grave, get scared, drop it in the water. Well, the cigarettes then start to make sense. Then the grave was dug by the accomplice of the wife who's helping to bury him. The only question then is why Donald Campbell's cigarettes aren't found in the house, but maybe that's because he's been gone a week. DJ Moneycut says, if this is like the last case, we're not going to get concrete proof who the killer is. All right, well, we've got lots more clues we can read before we have to make our next guess. So where do you want to go next? We could read the patrol reports, but I don't think we're going to get much extra information, right? He says he didn't see much. Didn't wake Jacqueline up. let's go back and look at our possibilities now, because I feel like we're ahead on this case. We'd like to find the accomplice, so let's concentrate on that. All right, so this card has stuff we haven't fully resolved. This kid's done. We haven't called the hotel manager, so we could do more on that. We know about this. We haven't taken inventory. We could check that. We haven't found a way to ask someone about this. Oh, we could ask her about the safe, so we might do that. The bunker, I think we finished with that, but maybe not. Bunker, we did. Okay. Do you clean all of the houses? We could learn about that. We did check the safe. We understand that. We could ask her about some stuff. We did that. We did that. We did all of these. We asked him about his patrols. We could see if there's anything more to ask him about. This is her hiding information from us. We could ask her about something more. We did this. This was our first card. We didn't ask her either of these two things, so we could do that. We could ask her why he might have left the convention earlier. We could do that. And then Edwin, we'd like to ask about some things. And then there's that. Okay. So here are the cards. If another man was carrying Donald, then not likely the hole was intended for someone else, like the wife. No, I think now we believe that the body was being dragged to put in the hole. So I guess since we think that Foster's not involved, it would make sense to maybe to look at his reports. Maybe he will say, I saw Edwin walking around near the forest. That would be sort of a serious clue. So maybe we do need to do that. DJ Moneycut says, can we use the police symbols? We already did. That's how we got this card. And that's how we talked to the kid. Or that's not how we got this card, but that's how we got 26, which we did resolve. It was an important card. Where was it? Here, that's how we got this card. It's just, I don't think these are all that important for us. So actually now I think maybe we should read his report. He might tell us some person in the neighborhood he saw that he didn't think anything of. So this is probably high priority to me. And remember, Jacqueline and Allison are good friends. Could they have been in this together? Seems unlikely. I think you need a man to help you strangle it. But I'd love to question Edwin more. But I don't know who to line him up with. And I guess asking about the safe might be interesting, and calling the manager. Where's our Allison? Okay. So here are my top priorities. Asking Allison about her safe. Looking at the patrol report. We can't do anything about him. And calling the hotel manager. I'm not sure how that helps us, actually. So I guess I would put this low priority. So patrol report is my number one, and then asking her about the safe is number two. All right, so we've got a comment by KM Bose in the channel. If Donald was there to kill his wife, where is his murder weapon? He was out of town, purchased a burglar outfit. he did, I believe we're going to find he drove that car in and parked it off property. So I definitely think he was there to kill his wife. Think about it, though. Why would you have to do this entirely super complex thing to get to your own safe in your own house? Surely you wouldn't. Surely you just open it when you're home alone, when the wife takes a nap or goes to the supermarket. That's just insane. Unless you wanted to make it look like a robbery. Yes, you could imagine that he wanted to make it look like a robbery, but then you'd still stage it at home and just try to make it look like a robbery. You wouldn't put yourself in a convention, dress up at a burglar outfit. I don't buy it. But Edwin could handle the insurance policy, sure. But insurance policy, someone has to die. Someone has to die to collect insurance. I think the husband's gonna have insurance on her, is why he tried to kill her. But okay, let's see. Let's read the patrol reports first, and then maybe we ask about the safe. Okay. Marcus Foster takes his neighborhood watch role very seriously. To tell you the truth, I find it a little alarming. Okay, so Wednesday up until 11:45, Maddie Clark's baking a cake, an apple pie. Remember, this guy's also the Peeping Tom. Tony Clark Jr. stargazing. Joanna Garfield is smoking a cigarette in front of her house. The lights are on at the Campbells. Allison must be watching television. No sign of life at the Waylands. It's because Wayland is over at Allison's house having a cocktail. Okay, then Thursday night. Remember, he's sneaking out on Wednesday night, then is marked as disappearing on Thursday. We think he's dead by now, because his plan was to not be discovered missing. So he must have had to, his plan was to get back to the hotel by Thursday. I believe that's right. Okay, so let's see what happens at Thursday. Blinds closed in Wayland's bedroom. No lights on in the house. He must be sleeping. Lights on in Allison Campbell's bedroom. The window is open. Garfield smoking a cigarette in front of her house. She's wearing a nightgown. Maddie Clark is mixing cake batter in the kitchen with the window open. I waved at her. Maddie Clark's clearly not involved in anything. She's all cheery making cake. Tony Clark Jr. still has his eyes glued to his telescope. Okay, and then it's very hot. That's why they have their windows open. And yet Wayland's got everything closed up. Look how it's hot out. It's June. She's out on her front lawn. No sign of life in Wayland's. Blinds are closed because he's not home probably. Allison Campbell's bedroom lights are on, windows open. Okay. At midnight, new patrol after I was woken up by the Clark boys' scream. Okay, so here is when he sees the body being dragged to the grave and the person panics. I run into Wayland, who does the rounds with me. Nothing to report. We return to bed 1 a.m. Okay, so here we go. Here's confirmation of our theory. Wayland and Allison have killed the body. They've dumped it in the bunker. Around midnight, Edwin has locked up his house, grabbed the bunker, gone into the bunker. He's alone, dragging the body of Donald Campbell to the grave that he's dug. He's interrupted by the kid at 12:20 as he's bringing the body to bring it from the bunker to the grave. He panics. Wayland does, Edwin Wayland, dumps it in the pool and starts to head home, which is here. On his way home, after being spooked, dropping the body in the pool, he runs into Foster doing his rounds, and he says, "Oh, fancy meeting you outside. I was just taking a walk. I'll do the rounds with you." So that's it. He's run into Wayland, fleeing the scene, who just pretends that he's out walking around. I feel like we've got this case very well nailed down. All right. Well, that was useful information, and this is exactly what we hoped we would see. Remember, we said if we see the reports, he said nothing happened. But this is exactly, he never thought anything of it, but it puts Wayland right where we want him. Okay. Now, that's pretty fun. Okay, now, we don't know exactly her involvement. She could actually be the person who strangled him. We really don't think so. We think you need someone else, probably the Korean War vet Edwin Wayland, to do it. But we don't know if she did the murdering with him, but it was in her house, so almost certainly she did. Okay. And so we could ask her why he would leave early. She's not going to tell the truth about any of this, it seems. But she definitely didn't want us noting these phone numbers. Probably she didn't want us calling the cops. But we haven't talked to the manager of the hotel yet. Manager might have seen something, like might have seen our guy leaving the hotel. But we already know that information. That seems a low priority to us. I think, to me, the safe, probably a red herring, but we should probably ask about it. We might find out about the life insurance policy that her husband has on her. So let's ask her about this, 43. Anything that gets us more conversations with her might be useful to us. We might have to count our cards again. All right, let's see what she has to say about this safe. Allison Campbell seems embarrassed and is unusually aggressive. The safe? Yeah, I can open it for you if you insist. A few pieces of jewelry of little value, the deed to the house, it belongs to Allison Campbell, and a life insurance policy. According to these papers, if Allison dies, Donald stands to inherit everything, plus a hefty insurance premium. On the other hand, if Donald dies first, Allison will only receive a premium. And did you see that? Wayland drew up the contract. Well, the contract was signed 2 years ago. Since he came here, Wayland must have sold insurance policies to everyone on Mysteria Lane. Okay, well, what we've got here is no motive for her to kill her husband. No real motive for her to kill her husband. Her family's already independently wealthy. She already owns everything. But a very strong motive for him to kill her. He inherits everything. The deed, the house, her family fortune, and a big insurance policy. So this just confirms our theory. He has snuck home with an alibi to kill her. And he got caught by her and her lover. And he was murdered in the process of trying to kill her. Now, an interesting question, though, is if that theory is correct, and I believe it is, then what's confusing about what happened? If that's right, he had a premeditated plan to sneak home and kill her. He's going to set himself up an alibi. He drives a car, parks it off property, dresses up in some new burglar outfits, breaks in, plans to kill her. Maybe he plans to strangle her, stab her, whatever. His plans get interrupted. He gets killed. Now, what are we missing to make the leap to the next set of observations? Something is missing. What's missing? Let me tell it differently, and you can see if you can guess what I'm thinking. Jonathan has got it. Why wouldn't they just call the police? If it's self-defense, if he's broke in trying to kill her, why not call the police? DJ says if he was wearing a mask, she wouldn't know it was her husband when he was killed. All the more reason. Why not? You take off the mask. It's your husband. He broke into your house to kill you. Why not call the police? Why are you risking life and freedom to try to bury the body where no one will find it? Why? Just to cover up the affair? I guess that's it. Jonathan says, I guess because she was having an affair with Edwin and she's not sure if the police will believe them. Her husband was killed in their home in the middle of the night by the man she's having an affair with. Yes, I think that might be a reasonable hypothesis. She's having an affair. The man who ends up killing her husband is the one she's having the affair with. And they panic thinking the police will never believe me, that it was self-defense. It's a good lesson. You're better off calling the police. I think that's not completely unreasonable, though. In the world of mystery games, in fact, you could stretch it a little further even. You could be that, you could make a scene where Edwin is there, the husband breaks in to kill her. He breaks in and they catch him and he's like, oh my God, I give up. And Edwin's like, no, now you're going to die. You could imagine a scenario where they didn't quite have to kill him, where he strangled him well beyond when he needed to. And then maybe this guy figures now's my chance to kill him. So maybe they went overboard in killing him. All right, I like it. So where do you want to go next? Should we do an inventory on the bunker? And Tina says, sorry, I have to go. I won't be here when the doubts start back, but I'm sure that Jesse will drive you all to in the wrong direction. We can't stray from this course. For once, it seems we'll have the perfect score. You're right. We might actually get the perfect score here. So we can't change our answers. Okay. I think we should go check the inventory of the bunker. I'm kind of curious about it, especially if it gives us some cigarettes. So let's examine the inventory. Oh, look at that. It is cigarettes. I've got quite a supply of cigarettes here. Yes. Fumet for Jacqueline and Barmoro for me. Okay, so Fumet is Jacqueline and Barmoro is Marcus Foster. So what I want to point out here is that there's nothing surprising or changing about this information, because it completely makes sense that Allison, who's best friends with Jacqueline, has some of Jacqueline's cigarettes in her ashtray. So I think what we've now made sense of is Jacqueline, the best friend of Allison Campbell, occasionally smokes in her house. So that makes complete sense. And this is going to turn out to be Edwin Whalen's cigarette right here. And if we can figure out what card to draw to confirm that, it would be nice. But I think we are pretty confident about that. Okay, so this was good. This is sort of what we hoped and made sense. All right, now we've done that. So we could speak to the manager. We could check out the golf course. We could check out the autopsy. I feel like the autopsy is going to just give us what the channel was smart enough to pick up. So those are of little interest to me. But now maybe we need to be thinking 2 steps deeper. Like, what could we ask him about? It would be nice to ask him about his cigarettes. How are we going to how can we prove his cigarettes? Any theories? How about this one as a long shot? Do you clean all of the houses on Mysterio Lane? It's possible that she cleans Edwin Whalen's house and she can tell us what cigarettes she cleaned up. I think that's, if you're wanting to know what could get us something we could evidence against Whalen, that might be it. So I'm going to go there. All up and down Mysteria Lane, I got very precise schedule. Monday, Campbell in the morning and Whalen in the afternoon. Tuesday, Clark all day. Wednesday, Foster in the morning. I don't work in the afternoon. Thursday, Campbell in the morning and Whalen in the afternoon. Friday, Clark in the morning and Miss Garfield in the afternoon. I clean, make the beds, do the laundry, take out the garbage, empty the ashtrays, iron, and cook. It's not easy every day. And the hardest is at Mrs. Clark's house. Everything is perfectly clean when I get there. I've never seen such a tidy house. But Mrs. Clark always finds something to complain about. She doesn't let anything slide, and not just with me. The whole Clark family is under her thumb. Miss Clark keeps on an eye on her husband's diet. Poor man has to smoke his Bucky stripes on the sly. Caught him once, but that's just between us. Okay, so this is just to confirm what we already knew. We've got a new brand. Bucky Stripes is Anthony Clark. We already have him as innocent, so that doesn't matter. All right, well, she did give us information about cigarettes, just not the evidence against Whalen that we were hoping for. So we're done with that one. Done with that one. Done with the safe. I think we're done with most of that. All right. Got a couple more cards left. We can ask why her husband would come home early. I'm sure she's going to lie about that. We could call the hotel manager. I want to try to find something to ask him about, but we haven't found anything yet. We could check out the car at the golf course or the medical examiner. We could ask about a grudge against Donald Campbell. She might say something like Wayland doesn't like him. What do you think? Where does the chat want to go? There are your choices. Who would know better about the neighborhood, and was there a grudge? Golf course for the car that was parked? Medical examiner for autopsy results? Hotel manager? Or we could talk to Allison, who we believe is involved, to ask her about why your husband might have left. Okay. I think the way I am thinking about this is that she's the one person we're not 100% sure exactly what her involvement is. And we know she's lying and she knows something, and the victim was killed in her house. So the more time we spend with her, the better, I think. So let's just say, hey, can you think of any reason why your husband might have left? Maybe she'll lie and make something up. That's still useful. Everyone is good looking in this little cul-de-sac. All right, here we go. To be completely honest, I just don't understand. Donald left early Monday morning for a convention at the Pacific Hotel in Baltimore. He wasn't supposed to come home until tomorrow. Anthony Clark and several other of his colleagues from the agency flew there with him from JFK Airport. I can't think of any reason why he would have left the convention early. He was very good at his job. Nick Naylor, his boss, had taken him under his wing. Some people will tell you that he was a little rough with some of his colleagues, but what do you expect? Donald was always a winner. Just look at our house. It's the very picture of his professional success. Allison Campbell gazes off into the distance. All we needed was a child, and our lives would have been perfect. All right, well, she's genuinely confused why Donald tried to kill her. I'm not 100% sure she's having an affair. But when he got that little vixen pregnant, that one, if you're having marital problems and this moves into your neighborhood, you got to move out. That's dangerous. That's trouble. That's not going to do your marriage any good. Nothing good's going to come out of that. And then when she walks out of her house with her little negligee, then you got to move out. For the sake of the family, the whole family has to move up and pack out. Like, with those horror movies, and you're like, they see the ghost. This is like the ghost. This is the real life ghost. If this is your neighbor, you got to move. You can't save the marriage with that. That's not going to happen. That's too dangerous. That's like having the ghost. Okay, the channel wants to ask one of the Maddie questions. Okay. DJ Moneycut is getting MVP for realizing he was choked with a phone cord, and that was the crackle. We all picked up that the crackle thing was weird, but making the connection was complete sense. Okay, which one do you want to ask? $38. $38 it is. Look how cheerful she is. You're right. There's nothing in Mysteria Lane that gets past me. However, you must promise you'll keep it for yourself. I don't want anyone to think I'm the gossiping type. That's not like me at all. But since it's for your investigation, I'll tell you about Anthony Clark. My husband's a model of all that is good and right. He managed to get Donald hired at the advertising agency where they both now work. As far as Donald Campbell, he comes from an underprivileged background, but this is America. Everyone deserves a second chance. In any case, unfortunately for us, he's become a perfectly respectable person to be around. Allison Campbell, well, the fact that they don't have a child is a real issue for them. Joanna Garfield, it seems like her only goal is to get people to look at her. But Neville, you're not the kind of man who'd let yourself be dazzled by that kind of thing, right? As far as Edwin Wayland, the death of his wife Carol was a horrible tragedy. They both dreamed of having children. Marcus Foster, his love for the flag is unequaled. As far as Jacqueline Foster, Allison's best friend. Allison waters the plants and checks the mail when the Fosters are away. They really trust each other. I think this is trying to make us think that Jacqueline's involved, but I don't think Jacqueline's involved. In fact, I know Jacqueline's not involved. Why do I know Jacqueline's not involved? How do we know Jacqueline's not involved? I'll tell you how. Psychology is how. Here is the psychological scene. Now, I'm going to put this down and talk about it. Then I want to say why this is the kind of thing I love so much. And how do we know Jacqueline's not involved? It's because of this scene. We ask her about the bunker. She starts telling us, you saw traces of dirt? That's weird, because it must have been Marcus. He cleans every Friday. And then suddenly she realizes something and she gets nervous. No, nothing, she says. That is a beautiful scene. This little piece of information, this little card tells us, this tiny amount of text tells us so much information. We can figure out who she told about the key. But the beautiful part about this card is not telling us that she gave someone the key. It's showing us that she has just occurred to her. It really has honestly just occurred to her that her friend might have been the one to use the key. And clearly from her reaction, from her psychological reaction, we know she didn't do it. Because you can't create that. That's too deep a complicated reaction for a criminal to do. So by this reaction, we know she is not the one that used the key and the bunker, and she's not hiding the murder. So that's pretty beautiful, that card. That's my favorite thing in these games, when we have those little psychological moments. We're thinking about, because we don't think about that very much when we think about making puzzles for these kinds of games. It's hard to think about things in terms of the psychology of reactions, but I think they're my favorite parts. Okay, so we are almost ready to make our next guess. So what's it going to be? We could go to the golf course, which is the one location on the map we haven't been. I think we're just going to get confirmation about him driving in to kill her, but that's reasonable. It seems like there might have been some doubt in the audience about whether he was driving in to rob her or not, so maybe that would help us. We could talk to the medical examiner, where we're going to find confirmation he was killed with the phone cord, I think. That's going to be a little sad, because it was fun that the group figured that out, or DJ Moneycut figured it out. But we could call the hotel manager, who's probably going to say they saw Campbell leaving the hotel. Or we could talk to Maddie some more. All right, what's it going to be? It'd be nice to find the other half of the Edwin card. I can't think of anything but the other Maddie question. Well, let's do it then. Could anyone have a grudge against Donald Campbell? Want to hurt Donald? Well, it's not like me to speak ill of the dead, but I must admit, Donald had a knack for making people dislike him. My Anthony went to great lengths to get him a job working for Nick Naylor, the head of the advertising agency where they both work. And do you know how Donald thanked Anthony? By stealing a big customer, Wiener Barbecues. And I'm telling you this, knowing my Anthony wouldn't hurt a fly. So if you're wondering if he had enemies, he most certainly did. He always looked needy. I bet he owed money to half the people in this city. She continues in a low tone. Just between you and me, did you know that the house belongs to Allison? Actually, almost everything belongs to Allison. She's from the Al Green family, you know, the lawnmower manufacturer. Her family wasn't too pleased when she decided to marry a former criminal. Little more background that our guy Donald has a criminal history and is greedy and owes money. That just confirms why he was going to kill his wife and take her insurance money. Okay. Well, not too much left. I think we're almost out of questions here. Let's count our cards. $20, $21, $22, $23, $24, $25, $26, $27, $28, $29, $30, $31, $32, $33, $34. So we're actually here. We have one more card before we have to make our next guess. So one more card. Did we miss anything on the map? Yes, we missed. We haven't been to the golf course. Unfortunately, when you go to the golf course, you're going to get a card that needs this symbol to draw another card. So I don't think we're going to get anything useful on this golf course, although Edwin's house is right near the golf course. So maybe golf course is the way to go, but I think the golf course is going to say, if you have this symbol, then you can read something else. But we only have one more card, so it's not like any card is going to be very useful for us. All right, let's go to the golf course. Yeah, 37. Just for fun. St. Justin Golf Course. So we agree visiting a golf course isn't really going to help with our investigation, right? If you have revealed another golf symbol, return it to the box. It will not count as being drawn. Oh, okay. So we do get to look at 33. Well, that's excellent. Okay, there's the car. Touring the golf course won't be very helpful. It'll probably be more insightful to take a look at the abandoned car near hole 13, especially there's just a small path that separates hole 13 from the Campbell's yard. Neville, we're looking at a stolen car. The driver's side door has been forced open. Search the car on the driver's side. Search the car on the passenger side. And look at this. A line. So that's the Campbell's yard. So we're near here. We're near, oh, here, look, here's 13. Okay, so actually he parked his car. He was just going to come in and kill his wife. Kill your wife. All right, so he didn't have to hide in the bunker at all, but his dead body was kept in there. Now, what about this dirt? Doesn't line up with that dirt. It's just a way of us being able to see that it's a different dirt. All right, well, we've seen our cards, so we're not allowed to do this, but I think these just, we know what all this is going to be. But let's put those there. Let's go to our questions, and then we'll take a break. Well, I guess we'll take a break first. Think about if you want to change any of your answers. My answers, this may be our first shot, as Jonathan said, of getting all of these right. He came to murder his wife. He was strangled by the telephone cord. Allison and Edwin, and where was he? His body was held in the bunker. All right, I don't think we're going to change any answers, but let's take a break. When we come back, if you've got any changes, maybe you want to say Edwin killed them all on his own. That's a possibility. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay. I've got my tea warmed up. Okay. Anyone changing any answers before we move on to our last tranche of cards? What was he doing? How did he die? Who killed him? Where was he? If the answer to who killed him was just Edwin or just the wife, I'm still going to give us points for that. We know that Edwin helped dispose of the body, and we believe that the wife wouldn't be strong enough to kill him on her own. So yeah, Jonathan says I'm not changing my answers. Couple reminders for you. I purchase all the games we play on this channel myself so that we don't have to be afraid or feel any obligation to be nice about a game. Well, let me not say it that way. We're always nice about it. But I'm very sensitive to the idea of being biased by having relations with publishers and being given games. So none of that. So I do appreciate the thumbs up and subscriptions. And well, there's something else I was going to say, but oh yeah. Please do keep a pen and paper nearby while you're playing these games with me, or notepad, whatever, so you can write down any thoughts you have about the game, because we like to discuss the games after we play them. Favorite parts, least favorite parts, any insights from a game design perspective. When we play a series like this, I like to hear where you would rank the games, recommendations for people. And so on, but that'll be at the end. Okay, chat says, I guess they didn't want the body in the house and they knew no one was going to look in the bunker, so it was a good storage space until Edwin could dig the grave. You know, we did just learn about the maid's schedule. I wonder if we could see whether the maid was gonna scheduled to come clean the house and they had to get rid of the body so that the maid would come by and not see it. Where is our maid schedule? Thursday, Campbell in the morning, Wayland in the afternoon. There's your answer. There's your answer. He drove back Wednesday evening to kill his wife. His plan was to go back up late Wednesday a.m. into his room. So they kill him on Wednesday evening, and look what's happening. On Thursday, the maid is coming to their house. And in the afternoon, she's coming to Wayland's house. So the body cannot be kept in either house. And it looks like KB Bose was thinking the same thing. So there's your answer. Why the body had to be kept in the bunker. How's that for a nice, clean little detail? This is the kind of thing that I overlooked when I played the first box of suspects. These kinds of clever little subtle details. I think they're all firing on all cylinders with this case. All right, so given that we're not changing any answers, we've only got a handful of cards left. Let's do our last remaining things here. All right, well, we're at the car. Let's finish investigating the car. Let's start with the driver's side. It's a stolen car. That makes sense. Very common to steal a car when you're going to be involved in crimes. There's only one brand of cigarette in the ashtray, New York. Okay, well, this is Campbell's cigarette brand. We know that. Now it's confirmed. We were in the beginning a little unsure if someone was planting cigarettes or whatever, but now we believe we've lined it all up. This is completely consistent. Now, passenger side. Now, if we see someone else's cigarettes in the passenger side that matches one of our suspects, no, I don't think so. If anything, it'll be the cigarette brand of whoever owned this car or drove in it. But I don't think there's any chance we've got an accomplice here. Okay, 20. Well, let's just see. Road map, sitting in the passenger seat. Round trip 8 hours. And where has he planned? Oh, he hasn't made a drawing. He's just wrote himself. Is that right? That this isn't actually marking a path? New York. Where was his convention? In Baltimore. Okay, well, he hasn't drawn in a path, but he's written down round trip 8 minutes. I mean, we know what's happened here. He's planned a trip to Baltimore and back, and he thinks he can do it in 8 hours. Does that give him enough time? If he leaves 10 or 11 p.m., he gets back by morning. Yep. Okay, so that's that. And now we could call the manager and see if we don't get what we expect, which is some sign that he left, maybe. Okay, 15 is the manager. The Campbell's phone cord seems to have some connection issues, but it still works. Pacific Hotel Management, how can I help you? Crackle, crackle. Hello? Hello? I'm a friend of Mrs. Campbell, and as I'm sure you understand, she's still in shock. If you could explain what you found in her husband's room yesterday morning, it would really help her understand what happened. Oh, I see. Well, yesterday at about 9:15 a.m., Mr. Naylor, Mr. Campbell's employer, called and told me that he had knocked on Mr. Campbell's bedroom door several times. There was no response. I used my key card and we entered the room. We found the room empty and the bed was made. Mr. Campbell's clothes from the night before were placed neatly on a chair, and his pajamas were folded at the edge of the bed. His suitcase and his toiletries were all there. That's all I can tell you. Just evidence that he had an extra pair of clothes he purchased to do his break-in and murder, and nothing else went wrong. He planned to come back and be back in time. And he was wearing the clothes in the car that he was found in. That was one of our early concerns, is someone dress him. But now we know no one dressed him. Those are the clothes he wore to do the murder. All right, so we've done that. I think last up is the medical examiner, 17. All right. Are you the medical examiner? Dr. Crosby, at your service, Miss... I'm a close personal friend of Mrs. Campbell. I'm sure you understand she'd like to know the exact details of the events that led up to and caused the tragic death of her beloved husband. Dr. Crosby says, yes, I can absolutely understand that. Here's what I can say for sure. Drowning wasn't the cause of Mr. Campbell's death. He died by strangulation, probably with a rope. However, I'm having a hard time explaining the marks on his neck. I also noticed signs of a struggle. The victim most likely fought with his attacker. Given the victim's build, it is most likely that his attacker is male. Finally, based on the signs of rigor mortis, I conclude that he died during the night of Wednesday to Thursday between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Well, that makes complete sense because, remember, round trip 8 hours, that means it takes 4 hours to get in. We think he left after 10 p.m. If he left right at 10, that would put him in at 2 a.m., couple hours, 4 a.m. So that's complete sense. Now, we have one more card left. I can see that it's a picture of Edwin Wayland. That means we did make one mistake. We have overlooked some combination of cards that triggers Wayland, which if we had found, we would have done very early since he's our chief suspect. So the question is, what have we overlooked for Wayland? Let's get his card out and then see what did we overlook. So here's Wayland. Is that the only Wayland card? Yes. Okay. So what lines up with the Wayland card that we've overlooked? Let's look for a card with a matching... Aha. Yes, that makes sense. Well, we only discovered this quite late, in fact. So we really we couldn't have done this any earlier, I don't think, in any earlier tranche. But we can ask him what he was doing out at night. That makes complete sense. So as our last card, we're going to ask him to tell us a couple more details about how he ran into Marcus Foster during the patrol. Let's see what he says. Edwin Wayland's face darkens as he studies the document you've handed him. That damn Foster always sticking his nose in other people's business. Yeah, I was out on the street last night and I ran into him. He'd been woken up by the Clark kid's scream. Me too. That's why I went outside. Anyway, we walked together for a while and didn't notice anything special as we walked down the street. However, when I got back home, I thought I heard a car leaving the neighborhood. I thought it was weird so late at night, but I wasn't going to chase after it. That's what you should be looking into. Just a cold, calculated guy. And what brand of cigarette does he smoke? He doesn't say, but we know it's going to be Atlantic cigarettes. All right, so we've seen all the cards. Time for your final answer. Does anyone have any alternate answers on your third chance? Does anyone disagree with the answers from stage one? Okay, I think. Anyone want to get on the record? YouTube says 15 concurrent viewers, 14 likes. We've got 15 people watching. Anyone else want to jump in the chat and say your vote if you have any disagreement? Jonathan says, I'm still happy with my answers. Anna says, no disagreement from me. Does anyone have different initial answers? Or are we all going to get, well, surely they're all going to be right. What a tragic tragedy it would be if any of these answers are wrong. Perry says, good to go. Okay, here we go. Here is our solution to Mysteria Lane. I guess this is Campbell. Okay, here we go. Could this be our first perfect score in 8 cases of suspects? Let's find out. Where's my cubes? What was Donald doing on Mysteria Lane? On Monday morning, Donald Campbell did indeed go to Baltimore with his colleagues, including Tony Clark, where he was supposed to stay until Saturday morning. So what was he doing on Mysteria Lane so far from Baltimore? First, we can be certain that Donald Campbell came to Mysteria Lane of his own free will. On Wednesday night, he pretended to be drunk. Tony Clark took him back to his room. After Tony left, Donald changed into the black clothes he had just purchased in Baltimore. Then he left his room and stole a car. Remember, he's got some criminal background. He drove the 4 hours from Baltimore to Mysteria Lane. During the trip, he smoked in the car and left his cigarette butts in the ashtray. He then made it to Mysteria Lane at about 2 a.m. But why did he come to Mysteria Lane dressed in black in the middle of the night? Donald Campbell had planned to kill his wife. He was dressed in black to be as inconspicuous as possible and probably intended to make his crime look like a burglary gone wrong. As the documents found in the safe indicate, Allison Campbell's death would make Donald a rich man. With the money, he could have led a comfortable life with Joanna Garfield, his lover. Donald Campbell came to Mysteria Lane to kill his wife. Where and how did he die? To carry out his sinister plan, Donald parked at the St. Justin Golf Course, hole 13, located right next to his house. It's the perfect place for him to sneak discreetly into his house. Wearing gloves and a ski mask, he entered the house, imagining he would find his wife asleep alone in bed. But nothing went according to plan. Allison wasn't alone. There was a man in the house. During the night of Wednesday to Thursday, this man was surprised by someone he thought was a burglar. That led to a fight which ended badly for Donald. Exactly how cannot be formally deduced. The man in the house strangled Donald with the first thing he could get his hands on, the telephone cord. The telephone cord is what left those strange marks on the victim's neck. During the struggle between Donald and his murderer, the telephone was damaged, which explains the connection problems when trying to use it. Keen observers will have noticed that at the Campbell's house, the cord hanging next to the telephone is stretched out. But it's subtle, we admit. So Donald died in his house, strangled with the telephone cord. And who killed Donald Campbell? Who was the man in Donald Campbell's house the night he died? First of all, it may be noted that in addition to Himalaya menthols and Fufumets, There are Atlantic American butts in the Campbell's ashtray. In playing the Who Smokes What, you will have discovered that Allison smokes Himalaya menthols, Jacqueline smokes Fumettes, Marcus smokes Balmorals, Donald smokes New York cigarettes, Joanna smokes Ducky Regals, and Anthony Clark smokes Bucky Stripes, secretly. There is just one brand of cigarettes left, Atlantic American, and a suspect, Eric Edwin Wayland. He's much closer to Allison than he seems. It was indeed Edwin who was at the Campbell's house the night Donald died. Edwin is Allison Campbell's lover. The widower and the unhappy wife, both in need of love, found comfort in one another. They took advantage of Donald's business trip to spend a few nights together, which explains the lack of movement at Wayland's house. Donald Campbell had planned to kill his wife so he could live with his mistress, but the tables were turned. Instead, his wife's lover ended up killing him. Where was he on Thursday, June 11th, yesterday? Upon discovering the identity of his victim, Wayland panicked. No one would believe he had killed his mistress's husband by accident. He and Allison attempted to hide the body. Allison had the idea of using Marcus Foster's bunker. She and Jacqueline don't keep secrets from each other. Allison knows of the bunker's existence as well as where the key is hidden. That's why Jacqueline hesitated when she learned about the traces of dirt in the bunker. She knew that only one other person on Mysteria Lane knew the location of the key. As Allison cleaned up all signs of the struggle, Edwin Wayland took the body down to Marcus Foster's bunker. However, since he knew that Marcus cleans his bunker every Friday, he knew he would have to move it again on Thursday night. In any case, Donald Campbell's body was in the bunker all day, Thursday, June 11th. What happened next? On Thursday night, Edwin Wayland dug a hole in the woods. He planned to bury the cumbersome corpse there. He also took a short cigarette break. Once the hole was dug, he returned to the bunker to get the body. He left traces of dirt behind that he planned to clean up later. While walking across the Clark's lawn, he was seen by Tony Clark Jr., who mistook the shape of a man carrying a corpse on his back for an alien. His scream awakened Marcus Foster. Wayland was caught off guard, so he threw the corpse into the pool, hoping it would erase any fingerprints left on the body. Then he fled and pretended to run into Marcus Foster during his patrol. So Wayland didn't have time to erase the footprints in the bunker, nor to fill in the hole in the forest. That's how Donald Campbell's body was found in the Clark's pool in the morning. Your score. Well, we got our perfect 25 score. 18 to 20 points, but we really got 20 points. 4 questions, 5 points each. 20 points. Impressed with your deductive reasoning and incredible efficiency, Officer Mike Flanagan gives you an entire box of delicious donuts. So, for the first time in Suspects, we've gotten a perfect score, meaning we figured it all out early, which you might think it might leave you unsatisfied to figure out early, but it feels like we spent our time wisely. For anecdotes about the story and the recipe for Maddie Clark's blueberry muffins, visit here. Well, since I have my tablet, why don't we do that? And then we'll talk about the case. Let's just open this up and see what we've not done this before. This is new. I don't believe the other boxes of Suspects had this. So let's see what happens. Okay. Looks like it's just bringing us to a generic site. Okay. The desktop requested by default. Interesting. Oh, I guess we're on this one. Okay. Okay, guys. In French. Okay, so it looks like you can only get checking the flag And there's errata for box 2. Okay, so you can only choose French, but we can translate it to English. So this is in French. Okay, Mysteria Lane. Welcome to Mysteria Lane. Mysteria Lane is clearly a reference to Wisteria Lane from the series Desperate Housewives. Moreover, it is a safe bet that the authors of the TV series chose the word wisteria because of its very close consonance to that of the word mysteria. Okay, you'll note the house numbers of the inhabitants of Mysteria Lane correspond to the house numbers of the heroines on the TV series. It's also a nod to the series Mad Men and its advertisers and characters who smoke, smoke, and smoke. The name of the boss of the advertising agency is Nick Naylor, the name of the main character in Thank You for Smoking. In this scenario, we had to create fictitious brands of cigarettes. Here is Maddie Clark's blueberry muffin recipe. All right, so if you loved playing this case, maybe you'll try making this. All right, let's talk about our thoughts on the case. Normally we take a little break. All right, let's do it. Let's do our normal thing. Let's take a 3-minute break. We'll come back and talk about the case. I hope you'll stick around if you've played the whole thing with me. Let me know your thoughts. If you're going to sign off now, you can add thoughts in the comments. But I'll see you in 3 minutes for our final thoughts. Okay, we're back to give our final thoughts on Case 2 in Suspects Box 3, Adele and Neville, investigative reporters. This one called Welcome to Mysteria Lane. written by Fabian Clavel. So let's check in with the chat for thoughts here. DJ Moneycut got MVP for figuring out about the phone cord murder. KM says, I admit I was slow to accept Donald's intent as murder. He broke into the house unarmed. John said, I could see some saying that if you can figure it out confidently by the first guess, it might be too easy. But like Jesse said, this is the first in 8 we've been able to do that. Refreshing change of pace. DJ Moneycut said, I like this case was not as wacky as the last one, more believable, more solid evidence with no wild leaps of logic. Anna says, seemed like a good, well thought out case to me. None of those weird details and contradictions like those in previous box. Jonathan, my only nitpick might be the intro was a bit of name vomit. Cambo says, I was still half expecting to find a letter in the car or something indicating that Waylon had suggested the hit to Donald, knowing the particulars of the insurance and indicating premeditation. DJ Moneycut says, if they are going to do this kind of scoring system, then it should be possible to solve by the first checkpoint. So I think it's fine we got it early. Okay, let me give some thoughts here. Without a doubt, this is my favorite case of the 8 we've played. That makes the 2 of the 3 in this box so far being my favorite 2 cases. So for sure, this is my favorite box of the set. But let's talk about why I think this case was so well done. The chat has answered a couple of the reasons. One of the reasons is just the plot and the story of this case. A bunch of the suspect cases have been really wacky. The one we played yesterday, well, I don't want to give any spoilers, so let me not talk about the details. But a bunch of the suspects cases have been very weird and cartoonish. This one was very believable. This is the basic outlines of this case seem to happen every day in real life. Husband marries the wife to have the mistress and for the money. So it was a completely believable case, at least the broad outlines of it. And I think, so that's the first thing. The second thing is we've played a bunch of these suspect cases where the evidence is there's so many red herrings and so many weird things that we figure it out early and then we talk ourselves out of it. This one, and the last one to a similar extent, this one really felt like almost everything was just locking in and confirming and providing some details for us as we progressed. But it felt right. It didn't feel boring. We got more details. And I think another really nice thing about this is one of the strengths of this series has been little subtleties that require you to take this game seriously, and very well done subtleties. And we saw a bunch of them here. And 2 that we missed, like you do have to be on top of your game when you play this. We missed a connection to Waylon that we could ask him about. And then we missed a little scene, a visual drawing of a phone card that we should have picked out. But lots of little subtle details. The marks on the neck that were the phone cord that DJ Moneycut figured out that I overlooked. And then lots of little details about the maid, when the maid cleans, and the patrol seeing Waylon come by, and lots of details of the crime. My favorite part, the subtle psychology of how Jacqueline answered her question. So lots of nice little subtle details that do all click and make sense. And then I think one of the things this case did better than most is the nature of the scoring system here. The strategic element of this game depends on the idea that players can be efficient in their use of time. That means make informed decisions about where to go are decisions that are likely, if made well, to give you the information to answer the questions. And I think this game did a very good job of that. requires a little bit of luck to get on a trail, but I think we were able to accurately predict when a certain path of inquiry was likely to confirm information we already knew, and when a path was likely to gain us the pieces of the puzzle that we needed to answer the questions. And by taking that challenge seriously, and because the case was so well designed, we were able to very efficiently use our time and get it right by the first 25 cards. And I think that's a testament, well, partly to our skill, but mainly to the design of the case, a combination that let us do that. So I think you can't be mad at the game for letting us figure it out early. But the other thing is, we got the answers right early, but they required some real leaps of logic. When we made our first answers, we did not understand the full contours of the case. And it was nice to have, in all of the suspects' cases, we've had sort of competing theories. There are enough mystery, weird elements to the facts on the ground, the grave, the dirt, the different cigarette brands, that you really don't know exactly what happened in the beginning. So your first guesses are a little bit of intuition. And we had competing theories about why the husband had come home. Was he really drunk? Was he trying to murder her? All of those details. Did he dig the grave? I mean, there were lots of fun little elements, and we were having to juggle different theories. In the end, though, they all coalesced into a very sound theory, so that by the end, we had a very good idea of what had happened, and it seemed plausible, and we were right. A very good case. I think this case also showed off everything that's good about this system, being able to match up things. Very well done. DJ Moneykin says, if they're going to do this kind of scroll, we said that before. At first, I thought we should have been able to find proof of Edwin's cigarette brand, but it was possible through the process of elimination, so that was fair. Well, that's another example of the kinds of things of when this game works. I've had most of my reviews of the suspect boxes have been coming down fairly critically on the game as not quite working. But here's a case that really fired on all cylinders and really did work. And the cigarettes is a perfect example of giving us exactly enough information to draw the right conclusions at the right time. And the one by process of elimination was probably his brand. But even while we were going, we had to juggle multiple possibilities. Could be our guy was smoking 2 different cigarettes. It could be that the cigarettes were planted. It was only at the end that we really were able to convince ourselves of one particular set of facts that made sense. That's the one thing that's been missing in suspects. We frequently get to the end and we say, well, it could have been that, could have been that, could have been that. This is the one case that when we got to the end, it felt like, well, there's only really one explanation that explains everything, and that's what you want from a game. And it says, what about the real-time peeking of cards by only one player? Did you like it? That's a good point. I thought that was done quite well. Now, what would have happened if you... I think if you had completely missed both of those cards, I don't think it would have interrupted our solution. But I didn't have a problem with it. I mean, in general, I think it's risky, especially with the memory element, but it was only once. It was one particular occasion, and it was highly thematically appropriate, so I didn't mind it. I like that they're trying experimental new things. I thought it was kind of cool. Wasn't necessary, but I like it. I liked it. Would everyone agree that this is your favorite case among all the ones we've played? Do we all agree that this one is ranked number 1 and maybe the previous case number 2? I'm very curious now to play the hard level difficulty case. Well, finally a suspect's case that was really satisfying. All right, well, if we don't have any other thoughts, we'll wrap this up. I would like to hear where you would rank these. If you're watching this after the fact and you've played other suspects boxes, I would like to hear if you agree with me that this box is the best box and that case 2 is so far the best case. Jonathan says, I'd say it's probably the best case in terms of being fair, but maybe I've enjoyed some of the debating till the very end more in the past. You mean the fact that we had so many weird theories we're trying to make sense of in other cases that was missing here? We had lots of interesting debates here about details of this case. Oh, you have a point. I mean, that's one of the problems with getting a case that makes too much sense, is you don't get that very robust argument and debate and confusion that happens when you get crazy facts that can't really be explained. Like a glitch mystery, deliberately contradictory facts that don't make sense give you an unsatisfying end, but a very robust discussion. All right. Well, I guess we're going to wrap this up here. We'll decide when you want to play case 3, maybe early next week, or if the group here wants to have joined me for these first 2, really wants to join for the 3rd and can't make it until next weekend, you can play the next case next Friday if you like. But we can't play it tomorrow. I'm going to get one more day of work on high and low before it has to get turned in on February 11th. Then on Sunday at 3 p.m., we will have our Dear Holmes Letter 2 of the Yuletide Cipher case. And then next week, maybe we can find something interesting to play. You let me know in the Discord or on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel if you've got a game that you think it's time to tackle. Maybe the Medusa Report, maybe Body of Evidence on Circus Grounds, one of the stranger ones. You'll find links to the Board Game Geek Guild and the Discord on the About page of this YouTube channel. Again, I'd love to hear what you think of Suspects. To me, it seems pretty easy to recommend this box as the place to start if people are curious about the Suspect system. I will see most of you on Sunday. Thanks for joining me, and good night.